don't like Stanley. I think the only thing that has been Stanley.
Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what his talking points. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. I literally said they need to understand.
Like that. If they want to be with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
You just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Good morning and welcome to the Georgia Gang on this Sunday, May 31st. A big endorsement in the governor's race as Attorney General Chris Carr backs Rick Jackson over Burt Jones in the GOP runoff. Also, Georgia's data center boom takes center stage at a historic state energy summit. And just 2 weeks away from Atlanta's first World Cup game, are we ready? Melita, Phil, and Brian are all here. Alicia Thomas-Cersei is filling in for Theron. Welcome back. The debate and discussion begin right now.
From the Fox 5 studios, the Georgia Gang starts now.
With 3 weeks to go before the June 16th runoff, GOP political outsider Rick Jackson won a big endorsement. Attorney General Chris Carr, who finished fourth in the May primary, is backing Jackson over Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Carr cast himself as a Kemp-style Republican throughout his campaign, and in backing Jackson, he said the businessman will build on Governor Kemp's legacy. So, Phil, to you first this week, what do you think the Carr endorsement means for Jackson heading into June 16th? I know you've been very critical of Chris Carr.
Well, I don't think it means that much. I think that as we've talked on the gang before in the Republican primary, President Trump is a big factor. And of course, that's going to help Burt Jones. I think that it's a low turnout, too. So that's very difficult for everybody, Rick Jackson and Burt Jones, to get people out there. So I've never been that big on endorsements. You got to look at the candidate yourself. And I do think if we're going to talk about Rick Jackson not wanting to debate unless it's
we're getting there.
2 days before, that's going to hurt too. I think that's more harmful.
Melita.
Well, I think it's a very pragmatic endorsement on Carr's part. I mean, after all, he's going to be in January a lawyer of a certain age without much courtroom experience looking for a job.
All right, Brian, we'll disclose that you work for the Jackson campaign.
Look, I think on election week, Burt Jones had a lot of momentum going into election day. And I think he had that momentum finishing first, going through the end of that week. The Chris Carr endorsement coming out early this week, I think began to change some of that momentum. You can sort of feel some wind in the sails for Rick Jackson going into this weekend that we're in right now. And as I said here last week, Rick Jackson's path to victory is consolidating the voters of everyone else who was in that race in the first round. Raffensperger, Carr voters combined, that is 27% of the vote. And I think Rick Jackson's really got to run up the score in Metro Atlanta. As Phil said correctly, the Trump endorsement is very important and very impactful. And I think where it's most impactful is in rural areas. I think it's less impactful in Metro Atlanta. Those still very important. Jackson's got to do well there. Chris Carr got 20% of the vote in Metro Atlanta. That is a significant number there. So I think as far as it building momentum and all that, this has been a great week for Rick Jackson. And Chris Carr will also draw a contrast with Burt Jones. I got a mail piece this week with a quote from Chris Carr saying Burt Jones should not be governor. Sometimes people just want to stay positive. Chris Carr is willing to go out there and make a case for why it should be Rick Jackson and not Burt Jones.
Alicia, we'll get to the Democrats in a moment, but just overall your observations here.
Yeah, for Carr's endorsement, it was confusing to me, honestly, because during the primary, he talked about, having to run against 3 rich guys, and now he's endorsing one of them. And just knowing his politics, thinking about Raffensperger supporters as well as Carr, I just don't think they're attracted to a Jackson candidate. And so I don't actually think that Carr supporters are going to follow his lead and support Jackson.
All right. Well, meanwhile, Rick Jackson, as Phil had mentioned, will not appear at the Atlanta Press Club's debate tomorrow, setting a scheduling conflict. That means Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones will answer questions from journalists beside an empty podium. which will surely turn into a campaign ad for Jones, Brian.
Certainly, and that's fine. The Jackson campaign did offer an alternative date. They offered it June 14th. They made it very clear to the Atlanta Press Club that June 1st would not work, and they did offer alternatives with them. And by the time we got a no on that, the schedule basically for the runoff had been settled. So, I do think that Rick Jackson is going to be having an event with Rick Scott, the U.S. Senator from Florida, at that same time. That was previously scheduled. So that's where they'll be. And look, Rick Jackson will be taking questions there. He was on radio Friday morning with our colleague Martha Zoller for an hour. He's going to be on with Austin Rhodes, Phil and my friend in Augusta for 30 minutes on Tuesday. He is answering questions from voters and from the media every day from here through the time we run through the tape.
To the other Republican on the panel, Phil.
Well, I think the momentum, if Jackson had one, has been slowed because this is a disservice to the millions of voters. He can do all sorts of, press opportunities, but even Herschel Walker, did a debate to try to tell all the voters where he stood on issues. I'm still unclear where Rick Jackson stands on everything from, data centers to education. So I think it was a missed opportunity. I thought maybe Rick Jackson might have picked even in the middle of early voting. And putting Rick Scott, Florida senator, over the voters of Georgia doesn't make sense to me.
So it had to do with when Senator Scott could.
Oh, you can always reschedule. That happens all the time in life. You know that.
Yeah.
But the voters are screwed on that. Okay.
But no, the voters aren't screwed. I mean, if you want to hear his views on data centers, he talked about it for a full segment on Martha's show on Friday. So check it out and you'll hear. And he's talked a lot about.
Republicans want to hear where he stands on the issues. I think it's just
he's
disrespectful to not show up for an important debate like this.
Why does it have to be behind a podium?
But if I were him, I wouldn't either because he was embarrassed in that last
deliberately
debate.
setting them up with friendly people asking the questions.
We're not doing that.
Okay, I'm going to move on because we have the U.S. Senate race and major developments here. Congressman Mike Collins and political outsider Derek Dooley are set to meet on the debate stage. Now, the Collins-Dooley Senate runoff took a jarring turn this week when a campaign post from Congressman Mike Collins' account mocked a Dooley operative with a vicious personal attack, referencing that operative's wife who publicly survived a suicide attempt. Now, Collins cut ties with his longtime advisor, Brandon Phillips. But, Phil, how much does this hurt or help? I mean, Collins going into the runoff, I mean, this was a big faux pas here.
Doesn't help, but I think that you have to be very clear that you need to take over your own account, social media account. I don't care what party you are, what candidate you are. You can't have these rogue people just posting things, and especially outrageous and disgusting things. So I think you did the right thing. You nipped it in the bud, and I've seen this on both sides where these young staffers, they just get carried away.
But Brandon Phillips was his campaign manager.
That's right.
I'd hardly think that was a rogue person. And Brandon Phillips had a long rap sheet of assaulting other people and even kicking dogs. I mean, what did Mike Collins know about his record, and when did he know it? And what does it?
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the world, folks. The one thing you don't want to do in Georgia, in other southern states, is be known for kicking dogs. That will be a problem, and you'll never win in office if you're kicking dogs. Sorry I'm late. I kept pushing this back, but I've been doing some meal prep and just kind of household chores, and listening to some of the effery going off on going on in some of these on some of these panels. It's like, dude, this weekend has been ripe and fruitful for effery about topics that really don't mean much to everyday existence, but it goes on nonetheless. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure, if you're new to the show, please subscribe to it and check us out. And on that topic, we looked like we lost like 3 or 4 subscribers, which is, par for the course. At least they checked us out. Support the show by supporting the host. I on the intro talked about the executive producers for the month, Lupin, Reiging, CKJ3, and Speak Radio. And then producers of contributors to yesterday's show. I guess I should put them up just in remembrance. Who are Lupin and Dirty Dude. Anyway, support the show by supporting the host. You can do show ideas. My email address, I'll drop it in just a bit, but it's also in the banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. I have PayPal now besides the Cash App. And so you can send me Lira, you can send me Deutschmarks. My buddy Gabriel sent whatever the currency is from Thailand. So I know it'll do the exchange rates. So support us there. And let's get on with this. By the way, I love watching the Georgia Gang. It's kind of down home. And I know it doesn't for those, and there are a number of people who actually live in Georgia. So that is enough impetus for me to watch this. I just enjoy the show. I just do. So everybody has to suffer through it with me, I guess. What's up, Lupin? So let's go ahead and finish this out. And today's show is a little bit of a potpourri, mostly topics that kind of impact, quote, Black culture. And then I'll talk everyone through, as I watch them. They're about 3, maybe 4, depending on how, the show goes. And I will drop the link in just a minute. I need to clear a microwave alarm because I'm actually making hot dog buns. So be right back. We'll play this and we will sally forth.
Say about Mike Collins that he surrounded himself with someone like Brandon Phillips and then replaced Brandon Phillips with the former chief of staff to Congressman Matt Gaetz, who's no paragon of virtue either.
Brian, how much does this hurt Mike Collins?
But first, I agree with Phil on this as far as, you at the end of the day are responsible for what goes out on your social media platforms, what goes out from your office, what your staff says. Where I want to commend Collins is he did act quickly, and he was facing a storm on Friday of last week. I hate that it happened after we taped because this would have been great in real time for us all to discuss. But he did take action decisively. He called the comments reprehensible. He called the woman who was attacked to apologize. He did all the right things. I think this is something very important, and certainly a lot of soap opera intrigue and drama around this for those of us who are insiders. How many voters know about this? Is this something that Dooley puts money behind to inform people about? If he does that, then we will see what voters really think of it. I think insiders know this right now. It's not so much known in the broader world. This happened like Friday night going into Memorial Day weekend.
Alicia?
I think a wise woman once said, people by the company that they keep and the staff that they hire. And I think that speaks volumes. This is a guy who's been with him for a long time. He only fired him because of the firestorm, but he should have fired him a long time ago, given his history and what he's done. And so both of these candidates are just riddled with scandal, and it's problematic for Republicans, I think.
Well, meanwhile, Democrats are not waiting. Senator Jon Ossoff and gubernatorial nominee Keisha Lance Bottoms kicked off a joint ground game operation, presenting themselves as a united ticket. Alicia, is this unified ticket the winning play for November?
Absolutely. I love the fact that Jon Ossoff, our U.S. Senator, called Keisha Lance Bottoms immediately the night of the election to congratulate her, welcome her to the team and to the ticket, and to present this unified front, which is real. The excitement is real. I'm excited about it. And I think it's really important for both of them to run together at the top of the ticket and bring Democrats together.
Phil, Democrats are coming together, but Republicans are still fighting it out in a lot of the runoffs.
Oh, I like that they're doing it together. This is great. I want to hear Jon Ossoff defend the worst mayor that Atlanta has had in modern history, and that includes even the mayor that went to jail. I mean, think about it. We're going to go down memory lane here to 2020, and the burning of Atlanta, the handcuffing of the police, the hundreds of millions of dollars of damages in business, the death of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner. She is responsible for all of this. And does Ossoff Ossoff going to defend all of that? This is great. And of course, think of all the woke stuff, everything from trans mutilation of children to sanctuary cities in Georgia that this ticket is for. The Republicans are going to have a field day.
Melita?
Well, Democrats can have a field day with the close connections between Derek Dooley and Governor Kemp and the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent with Derek's brother's company on school safety throughout the state, and then the money that company fuels back into Kemp's political action committee. So there will be issues to bring up between now and November on both sides of the aisle.
Brian?
I don't think that I'm offending Derek Dooley or Mike Collins by saying that John Ossoff is certainly in a stronger position electorally at this moment looking at November than Keisha Lance Bottoms is. I think everybody in Washington knows it, everybody in Atlanta and the rest of Georgia knows it. So it is a huge mistake from that standpoint for John Ossoff to stand shoulder to shoulder with Keisha Lance Bottoms. Quite frankly, he needs to distance himself. He needs to run 3 to 4 points ahead of her. And you don't do that by making yourself a ticket and saying, yeah, what she said.
Alicia, quickly.
Number.
I thoroughly disagree with that. It is, much like you can't hide, if you're a red pill dude, people like Sharon Bracey, people like all kinds of people who don't even think they're red pill are red pill, or red pill adjacent. These guys can't hide their MAGA. You also have to understand that the governor of Georgia lives in the fucking center of Atlanta. Well, not the geographic center, but okay. The mayor had problems like all big cities do, but the governor, the Republican governor, the governor's mansion and the state house. If I recall, the governor's mansion. Hold on one sec. Let me look this up. Maybe I'm wrong. Governor's mansion in Georgia location. Let's see here. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of the state capitol. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 391 West Paces Ferry Road Northwest in the Tuxedo Park neighborhood of the Buckhead District in Atlanta, Georgia. So, how well does that work? I think that could boomerang. The governor lives there. If Republicans thought shit was out of control, why didn't they dip their toe in? There are all kinds of reasons you could come up with why they wouldn't or didn't. But anyway, that's why I would probably never make a good panelist on this show, because I'd be a lot more contentious than these people would want me to be.
Numbers. Keisha Lance Bottoms won 158 out of 159 counties. More Democrats voted than Republicans. Look at the numbers. And this is also a decisive mayor. And just ask Governor Kemp, ask Burt Jones. They're all on tape talking about her leadership and courage during COVID. And so you have your talking points, but we have the facts, and they're all gonna bear out, and you're gonna see the Democrats are united while Republicans are fighting about scandals and the Trump policies that are not working. People want real issues to be talked about.
I'm so glad you brought up the COVID thing, because what we have are clips of Keisha Lance Bottoms attacking Brian Kemp for opening our economy, being the first governor in the country to do it during COVID.
And there's a clip where he is thanking her for her leadership and her strength. So bring it on.
We know that she was against opening the economy. Georgians.
Ooh, I love the vitriol.
We're going to wrap it there. There's going to be months of this kind of debate. Coming up, Georgia's data center debate is front and center at the state's first ever energy summit put on by the Georgia Chamber of Commerce.
Ooh, this is
Question or
interesting.
comment for the Georgia Gang? Email them at georgiagang@foxtv.com.
Georgia's data center boom was front and center this week at the state's first ever State of Energy Summit hosted by the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. Now, the state's top energy leaders gathered to map out how Georgia will fuel its future. Chamber President Chris Clark argued data centers pay their own way and fund utility grade upgrades that benefit all ratepayers. Melita, what about that argument?
Well, that's the Chamber of Commerce version. The other version of that argument played out in Congress when Congresswoman AOC, commonly known, held up 2 muddy bottles of water from wells near the data center down in Morgan County. And that demonstrates the problems that people around these data centers have, the environmental impact of the construction and the aftermath. And it also will bleed over into the U.S. Senate race because Mike Collins sees this congressional hearing and says, oh, I was unaware. Well, social media in Morgan County and surrounding counties lit up with all the people who had written, called, or even spoken to him about this issue that he now claims to be unaware of.
Phil, is this one of the issues that could drive more Democratic turnout in rural Georgia? Because the data centers are really dividing communities.
Well, yes. In fact, I've always said, and a lot of people are saying, this ought to be on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at a county. Do they have enough water? Do they have the electricity? Sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes the answer is no. Yes, there are environmental concerns that are very important, too. I was disappointed the legislature didn't have any guidelines or guardrails whatsoever in this last session. I think that was a mistake from both parties. So I don't know about the partisan divide here. I think a lot of people don't want to pay for them. They want the folks that are putting up the data centers to pay, too. So I think transparency is going to be the key in every county and every city, and just let the chips fall where they may.
Alicia, though, a lot of these deals are done in secrecy, and then the residents find out after the fact.
Yeah, and of course, given this campaign cycle, you also have the gubernatorial candidates on the Republican side debating about who's invested in them, who's stolen land, and all of that. But the issue here is we know that we need data centers, right? The problem is, to your point, their deals have not been transparent. And so I think we need a governor who's going to say, let's pause on this. Let's make sure we understand who's at the table here and look at how this will affect utility bills for consumers in terms of water and electricity.
Brian?
I thought Chris Clark, who is the head of the Georgia Chamber of Commerce, did a great job of laying out the case for this. We have to have data centers or we're not going to have an internet. We have to have data centers or we're not going to have a place for our megabytes of photos to be uploaded somewhere and saved for posterity. This is part of life. And Melita brought up something done by AOC, holding up the jars of muddy water. Nobody wants muddy water. My household, my wife would go into a meltdown. I would have to have her institutionalized if my water looked like that. She would go nuts. I get it. But that is a construction issue, not a data center issue. Any sort of development could have created those problems. And so let's not make this the demon of data centers here. If local communities don't want them, they should be able to say no. If they do, because they bring in significant tax dollars, and we can offset the rising cost of property taxes, which is what's really squeezing Georgians. When you're out there on the campaign trail, it is property taxes that people are scared of and worried about. And if we can make a deal with taxpayers, we can build community support. If that doesn't happen, you're going to have not anarchy, you're going to have rebellion against them. And we got to have these things somewhere.
Melita?
Well, I think that the lack of vision on a state level about water quality and how the data centers just suck up the water from the aquifer. And there's no control and no regional plan in place because the aquifers go under many counties, and a data center in one county may be pulling the water supply from 5 or 10 counties. And state leaders, instead of just having a build, baby, build mentality about data centers, should have had the vision to plan ahead and put the kinds of parameters in place for this kind of development that need to happen. Some of these construction problems are because counties don't have zoning laws that require the kinds of things that would protect surrounding neighborhoods.
All right, we'll leave it there, folks. Still ahead, is MARTA World Cup ready? The new trains have not yet passed safety tests.
Join the discussion on the Georgia Gang Facebook page and watch past episodes on the Georgia Gang YouTube channel.
2 weeks before the World Cup kicks off in Atlanta, the AJC reports MARTA's new rail cars have not passed required safety tests. The Georgia DOT has not yet signed off on the $707 million project. MARTA's interim CEO says safety comes first, but the agency insists it can still handle expanded World Cup ridership. Phil, is MARTA World Cup ready?
I don't know, because we were told they would be ready. Obviously, we're going to have something that's even bigger than the Olympics. And I think that we were told that, they would be ready. So that didn't work. They don't pass the safety tests, as you pointed out. We've all gone to events, downtown, and MARTA gets overcrowded. So I'm very worried.
Alicia, this is another world stage for Atlanta here. And we saw those downpours the past couple of weeks that just completely clogged the drains and the interstates. So, hopefully there won't be a lot of rain when the World Cup is here.
Hopefully there won't be a lot of rain. And I will say, I'm thinking about the number of agencies that are involved in this planning. I live in Cobb. Cobb has been involved. It's been a Metro Atlanta effort. And I really believe that everybody's going to come together to make sure we have what we need. I think that Andre Dickens is going to make sure that the city of Atlanta is ready for the world stage. It's unfortunate what's happening with MARTA. I think they have really bad luck. It's really not their fault that the company didn't have these trains ready. But I believe that everybody's going to come together and we will be ready.
And Brian, when we talked to Chief Shearbaum, they had a huge law enforcement plan ready to go that they've been planning this for years.
Well, Chief Shearbaum is on top of it. I think we can all agree. He was a guest here watching the show recently. He's had us out to the Public Safety Training Center. This is a guy who knows what's coming down the track and gets ready for it. I have no problems with the planning done by the police department. And look, when it comes to public transportation, we better be ready. We can't have all of these people coming in here with their own cars. As much as we want them to all go rent cars and pay the sales tax that we put on them, we need people to be on foot. We need people to be on the trains. This needs to be an economic development generator for all facets of our economy, including for MARTA. So let's get it together. This is super important. And I'm happy to rent my house, which is right next to the Brookhaven MARTA station, to any Saudi princes who are coming into town.
I'm sure they would be all over that house.
Yes.
Well, I think we have to just be very careful, since the new MARTA trains was a part of our sales pitch for landing the World Cup. And the implications of not meeting deadlines are serious for landing other big events for the city. So we got to be very careful. And I think the other thing is we just all need to hope for no boil water advisories during the World Cup.
Yes. Well, Mayor Andre Dickens made a surprise personal appearance at a 7-hour city council meeting this week to defend his controversial $5.5 billion neighborhood reinvestment plan. The proposal extends the lifespan of 6 tax allocation districts, known as TADs, over 20 years. Now, critics pointed out the funds haven't been audited in 12 years. The committee tabled the legislation for 2 weeks. Melita, back over to you.
Well, these TADs have to be approved. The extensions have to be approved by the City of Atlanta, the Atlanta School Board, and the Fulton County Commission. So we're going to be hearing a lot about them over the next few weeks. I had the pleasure of moderating a conversation between Mayor Dickens and Dr. Bernice King at the King Center about 10 days ago. The thing that struck me the most is that these TADs the TADs are trying to rectify problems that go back decades because of what happened with redlining. And the statistic that stuck with me the most is that on the north side of that red line, the life expectancy is 20 years greater than on the south side of that line. There are great disparities in children's achievement. There are food deserts and other issues on the south side that these TADs would hope to rectify.
Phil.
Well, where's this money going to come from? And if there's money there, I think we need to fix this aging infrastructure in the city, and I think that's far better a priority. And I'm not sure. Let's take, for example, if I'm a school board member, I'd be very nervous about losing money for the school system that's struggling.
Alicia?
You make a great point, I think, and the school board is concerned about that. And the chair of the board has been having conversations about that with the mayor and others, because you're right, the district has been doing great work in terms of raising achievement, particularly around literacy, and they could use those funds. But I think it brings it to the point that I want to make, which is what I appreciate about the Dickens administration is they've done a really good job of engaging more people in this process and putting more safeguards in place. I would agree that in some cases in the past, it may have appeared to be a slush fund. There wasn't a lot of accountability. And I think now they've put a lot more safeguards in place. And the thing that I think resonates with me the most is this is a mayor who was born here, right? And so he thinks about in his neighborhood that he grew up in, other neighborhoods, they don't have a grocery store. That's real. And so I think the work that he's doing is really, really important, and it is about equity, and it's the right thing to do.
And he made that loud and clear when he went before the council. All right, coming up, folks, winners and losers. Stay tuned.
For the week's winners and losers.
All right, Melita, we'll start with you. You've got a prop.
Yes, it's officially summer, and The Beach Read by Mary Kay Andrews is one I highly recommend. She's a friend since college.
Road trip.
She always makes the New York Times bestseller list. And then I also want to pass along condolences to the family of Elliot Brack. He was a legendary journalist in Atlanta and a great leader in Gwinnett County.
All right, Phil.
I agree with Elliot Brack, a winner, my friend. Also, one of my friends is Charlie Duncan. He's a lifelong Woodstock, Georgia resident. He's 107 years old. He's a great veteran. And so, Charlie, you're my winner. And I have a loser, and it's a shocker. It's a federal judge, Eleanor Ross, right here in Atlanta. There was some wild sex going on in her chambers during business hours.
Allegedly.
With an APD police commander. This has been reported and documented by the New York Post. It beat the Atlanta media, by the way. And so she's being reprimanded. I don't know what the reprimand is going to be, but what a train wreck. She's a loser.
All right.
Oh, no. You know what? I heard about this, but I didn't, get into it. But thank you, Charlie. I'm going to research it now. She's not ugly. And so, yeah, stay tuned to more on this one.
Alicia?
How do I follow that? Okay. I want to give a shout out to Andrea Terry, who I met this week and shared with me that she's been watching Georgia Gang since she was in 8th grade.
Aww.
So that was very cool. So hello to you. Thanks for watching. And I want to make the Leadership Cobb class of 26 my winner, not just because I was a graduate, but also because they're just some amazing people, and I'm glad to be connected with them lifelong. And then to my husband, congratulations, who made it into Leadership Cobb of 27.
Nice. Well, congrats. All right, Brian.
Well, I always get invited to speak at the Legislative Day for a Leadership Cup. I look forward to seeing him. I hope he says hi.
He will.
My winner is Phil saying wild sex during Winners and Losers, but also Bob Horner, the Atlanta Braves great. I'm a child of the 80s, a Braves fan, Superstation fan of the 80s. So Bob Horner was such a big part of my childhood. He alongside Dale Murphy. And thank you so much for what you did for this community and for just being a great role model for young kids like me back in the 80s. Rest in peace, Bob Horner. And I'd also like to say hi to a Villa Rica city councilman named Tyler Barr. He's also on the Georgia Lottery Board. Ran into him at a Braves game recently, and he said he catches the show every week. So Tyler, thank you for being a loyal watcher.
Thanks to all the folks
Well, let's just say he's not the only one in Villa Rica.
out there watching. We will see you again next week. Make it a good one. Bye-bye.
All right, so let us move on. I guess I will drop the link. Anyone who wants to join the fun, please feel free to do so. We'll just call it Dare link. There we go. So this next video I have, of course, not watched. But it's called The Dating Reset. How could I not watch it? Now, I'm not going to promise we get through the whole hour and 13 minutes or whatever it is, but I don't date much. Haven't done it in a couple decades. but I'm always curious to know uh, what, well, I guess older Black women maybe are thinking about when it comes to this sort of stuff. Because I know what I hear on these YouTube streets, like I literally have never, and you all know the usual suspects because they talk about the same shit over and over and over. I've literally never heard any good advice on any show that even remotely talks about dating and relationships and the Black community dating slash marriage slash relationship. I've literally never heard any good advice, not even a smidgen of it. Male panels, female panels, male content creators, female content creators, zero good advice. And obviously, I want to emphasize not a goddamn piece of good advice have I ever heard. And I've been listening to these shows for 2 or 3 years now. Not a damn bit. So hopefully that message is gotten across. And they're not even entertaining after you've listened to them for a bit. So let's see what we got here. Oh, and it's called Brown Girl Collective. So I've watched this a few times. I actually showed this a few times. Obviously, she's an author. Nadia Edwards is her name. So let's see what's going on here. And I, if it's not worth it, we can move on.
Good evening, everyone. It is your girl, Marcy Thomas, and I am so thrilled to be back with you for another episode of Live Well Sister. So please come on in the room, grab your friends, your single friends, your wannabe single friends, whatever the case may be, and get ready for what's going to be a really important conversation. So if this is your first time here, please feel free to drop in the comments that you're a first timer, where you're joining us from, all those wonderful things as we get ready to dive into what's going to be a really, really good conversation. And our special guest and I were chit-chatting behind the scenes. It's like, oh, wait a minute, we got to save this for the audience. So now I am coming to you from the outskirts of Cleveland. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio is where I'm from. See, my brain is moving too fast. I'm so excited about the conversation. I'm coming to you from the outskirts of Atlanta, Georgia, originally from Cleveland, Ohio, and a whole bunch of other places in between. And it is always just a thrill to be in this space with each and every one of you. So I'm really excited about this book that we are about to get into called The Dating Reset, a later dater's guide to aligned love, with our special guest. So our guest is Nadia Edwards, who is a dating clarity and relationship expert and the author of this wonderful book. She's the creator of the Dating Reset Method, a signature framework that helps women over 40 date with intention, emotional alignment, and self-trust. After taking a year-long sabbatical from dating and doing the deep inner work, she met her husband just 30 days after returning to the dating world with clarity. And now she helps other women do the same. When she's not mentoring clients or speaking at women's events, you'll find her creating videos on her YouTube channel or traveling with her husband. And so without any further delay, we want to get into this talk about the dating reset. Our special guest, Nadia Edwards. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, hi, Marcy. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
I am so excited to have you here as well. I have been following you on social for a while, and then I met you at the Conyers Book Festival a few weeks ago, and I was like, oh, I need to have you come talk to us. So welcome.
Thank you.
So Nadia, tell us just a little bit about your story. I know I said a little bit of it in your intro about what your journey has been, but tell us kind of how you landed in this space of really wanting to help us, those of us over 40, find love.
Yeah, so, I was that woman. I was in my 40s. I was successful, driven.
I actually love her hair. Wow. Nice.
And honestly, I was really bad at dating. I I kept choosing the wrong men. I kept getting in the wrong relationships. I kept getting my heart broken. And I kept saying, what's wrong with all the men? What's wrong with them? And then there was a point when I stopped and I was like, well, maybe there's something wrong with me. And what I realized was that I was dating from this place of fear, right? Fear of making another mistake, fear of getting my heart broken, fear of even like being alone. And fear can be sneaky for us women in our 40s and 50s and soon to be 60s, right? Fear is sneaky because sometimes it looks like being too busy. Sometimes it'll look like not wanting to date at all. Or sometimes it'll look like, I don't want to try to be in another relationship.
Right.
But I want to say that after I got my heart broken, that one last time, I took a full year off of dating. And I call it in the book, my dating sabbatical. And when I did that, I had the time to really like hone in and figure out like.
Now the question I would ask is, why was it necessary to date at all? I'd love to know about her background. Is she divorced? Has she never been married, etc.? Does she have kids? Does she have grandkids, etc.? And why is it even necessary? Now, I could probably answer it from a male perspective, but I'd be interested to know what her perspective is. And shout out to her. It looks like she's got a Yeti microphone. So I like her already.
Really what I wanted and like block out everyone else's opinions, block out what I read in, like different books and what I was seeing in the movies and really focus on where I was and what I wanted in a partner. And that is the foundation that I use now that I help women.
Wow, that's pretty neat. I love that you started with yourself. You were your own first client.
I was my first test client. Absolutely. You got to start somewhere, Marcy.
Right.
But what happened was with my journey, I just started taking notes. And then I had friends ask me, how did you meet him? And I was like, it wasn't like some magical place. There is no magical place of men that you can go and pick one. That's not how it works. And I explained to them what I did and the process I went through. And then I began sharing. And the more I shared, I was like, oh, I should probably write this down, right? So I started writing it down. And then the more I helped friends, the more I saw this opportunity to help other women who were just like me.
Yeah. That's such a powerful thing because sometimes people, they get the information and they want to hold it, they want to keep it to themselves.
Yeah.
But, obviously you found love, you found what it is that you desire by using these steps, and you wanted to be able to assist other sisters in doing the same thing. And I think that that's pretty neat because all of us want it in some form or fashion. Most people do It's probably the
Yeah.
rare person that doesn't. But it can be very difficult to, navigate the waters of dating and just figuring all the stuff out. Like, like you say, where do you go? What do I do? Am I online? Am I in person? All these sorts of things.
Mhm.
So, but even before you get to that space, and what your book really focuses on is kind of like that inner work that you have to do, the things that you have to kind of figure out for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the dating reset method, and I'll start there, right? So the whole method has several components, but the foundation is values. And sometimes when we talk about values, right, it's this like huge category. Like, what does that even mean? What does that look like? So I broke it down into 4 categories of values. And when those are aligned, it tells you whether or not the relationship will work, or it tells you whether or not the person that you're interested in is your person, right? Potentially. So the 4 categories, so the first one is emotional values. And that speaks to how you want to feel and what you need to feel secure and connected. Value 2 is practical. And these are about how someone moves through their daily life. Then you have lifestyle values, and these focus on the rhythm and the priorities of your life outside the relationship. And then I talk about relational values, and these get to the heart of how you want to relate and communicate with your partner. And the goal, right, when you look at those 4 values, is to try to come up with like your top 5. Because, sometimes we have lists.
Right.
And we don't want to have a list of 50 things. You want to try to narrow it down to like 5. 3 if you're feeling fancy, right? But because when you have at least your top 5, you will stop guessing, and then you'll be able to recognize alignment really early.
So I love that. Values, starting with values. And that's pretty significant, because I think that, and some of them, we talked about this a little bit before we came on. Sometimes it could be, the things that your friends are saying are important, that mom and them say is or isn't important. And you can be out here in the dating world following someone else's script, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think we have followed a lot of scripts, especially women, right? Like I'm in my 50s now, but when I was in my 40s, I was following my mama's script. Like, she told me what to do. And even though I was an adult, she still had this big impact on my decisions. And I didn't want to like let her down, right? So you kind of like say, what do you think? Who should I date? Where do I go? Those type of things. And I really had to, and I'll share with you that when I started my dating sabbatical, I didn't even share it with her because I already knew what her opinion would be. So I kind of like kept it to myself, and I started working with a professional. I didn't go to my mama. I didn't go to anyone else. I got a professional who sat down and really helped me change how I looked at dating. I had to change that whole look, because I was really looking for that night, what is it? The shining, how do you say the night shining? Here we go. That knight in shining armor. I wanted that, and I talk about in the book, I wanted that James Bond type of man, that secure, has a little edge to him. And that really wasn't the right fit for me.
And that's the key thing, the right fit for you. Because yes, what somebody else thinks isn't necessarily going to be the right thing. And we spoke about this a little bit before as well.
Yeah.
Also, you're not just you're dealing with what they think that you should want. They think that you should want, but you could also be dealing with, what should I say, the things that you learned by watching how they moved as you're coming up. You're taking all of that when you start going out there trying to decipher what fits you and what doesn't.
Right. I mentioned that. I call it the emotional pile. And how that, as you start to mature, that you start collecting all of these different experiences, and they become these piles that sometimes we just, like laundry, right? We kind of put it in the corner. We'll get to it later. And that's how it is. You could just accumulate a lot of things without even realizing it. And it has such an impact on our decisions. And, growing up, and I talk about it, the way my mother had relationships, the way I saw my aunts have relationships, and how that influenced my view of men and whether or not, I needed a man. At one time I was like, do I even need a man? Because my mama does everything and my aunts could do everything. Like what was the purpose, right? But that was because of what I saw them do and the way I was raised. Of course, as I got older, then I was like, wait a minute, maybe I should probably think about this differently.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's definitely something to sit and take the time to really think about things. And that's where, the whole idea of the sabbatical, I found that pretty powerful, because a lot of times if you're just continuing in the mix, you're just in the mix. And some of these things you might not be taking time to really think about, what it is, starting with those values. What do I really value? Do I want, do I value, the James Bond guy or, whatever that thing is that you think, tall, dark, and handsome, all the things that we think, 6-figure or whatever. And I mean, those things are great, but those things really don't speak to who the person who they really are. It doesn't speak to their character. It doesn't necessarily speak to how they're going to treat you.
Right. And how you want to be treated too, right? So, and I work with my clients, I don't tell them what's right or wrong, but I help them figure out what is right for them, which is very important. It's very important for them to decide, maybe 6 foot, maybe that is what she absolutely needs. And it's okay. It is okay. If that's what you need, okay. And then just to make sure that she can look at the other categories, right? The other value categories, because you want to look at this person that you're seeking in this holistic manner. You can't just have like one thing, right? You want to have at least 5 top things.
Right. Right. And see, I'm 5'11", so I would probably want 6 feet. Or even though I have dated people who are shorter than me, but not too much.
Yeah.
Not too
and it is okay if it's okay if that's what you want.
Right. Because honestly, when somebody is a good person and they are in alignment, because that's a later dater's guide to aligned love. If they are in alignment in those other ways, that really wouldn't make as much of a difference.
I think the first thing.
So do you want to go through
the first thing we need to do is get rid of words without concepts. The fuck does alignment even mean? You mean compatible? That to me is a better word. Alignment. I understand what it means, but we just need to go back to some of the old-fashioned words, some of the old-fashioned concepts.
The framework, because
I do.
Okay. So it's called a dating reset, and dating is, so each letter represents a stage within the reset itself, right? So dating is the framework. So D is for detachment, and that talks about releasing the patterns and any type of beliefs that you've inherited that keep you stuck in this loop. And we've all been stuck in this loop, right? And you really want to try to free yourself from the fear of repeating any past mistakes and create this space for trusting yourself again. The A is for alignment. And that's right? So we touched on that a little bit. And that's about choosing relationships that reflect your core values, yours, not anyone else's. And I talk about that and I really harp on that because it's so important that it is your core values, and it's not like you're taking a vote to decide whether it's true or not.
Right.
T is for time. And that is talking about treating your love life with the same intention as you would your career or any other important goal. And clients who work with me know that I am a stickler for putting things on a calendar. And I tell them, if it is not on your calendar, it does not exist. And the same goes for dating. If you want to date, you have to make the time in your calendar.
Absolutely.
I is for intention. And that talks about dating with curiosity and purpose, and approach every interaction mindfully. Not every, so every time you're going out, wherever you are, you should be curious about the other person just naturally. And then that kind of takes off that edge of what do I say? What do I say? And I'll go into what you should say also. That's a whole other thing. And it's for nurturing. And that is about prioritizing your overall well-being as you date. Because sometimes we can get so caught up in someone else that we put our own well-being on the back burner. And then G's for gratitude. Because dating is hard. I'm not going to sit here and, tell you a whole bunch of fluff. Dating is hard. But the G for gratitude helps you reflect on every step of your journey with this abundance mindset.
I love that abundance mindset.
Yeah, because sometimes I hear that there are no men out there, no men. Yeah, there are plenty of men. But if you set yourself up saying that they aren't any, then that is exactly what you will find. You will not find any.
You will not
find
any.
Yeah.
That's a good framework. Oops, somebody's got a comment. Let's see what we got going. I love this. Yes, it is so good. Y'all see my book has a whole bunch of
yeah, this has.
Because I just yeah. Just reading through it, and as I was saying to Nadia earlier, that I've actually been talking with my therapist about certain things that pertaining to relationships and working through, and again talking to her because she cares, because she works with me, but she's not emotionally invested in it. So that could be a good thing, because as we've already kind of talked about, sometimes other people, they love you and they care for you, but they can't necessarily tell you what your values are going to be. They can't necessarily tell you who's going to be good for you, or, how you should care for yourself, in this process, all those sorts of things. So that's why this book is so meaningful. It's so meaningful.
Yeah. Families and friends, they have our best interests at heart. They really do. But at the same time, and we have to be honest too, right? They only see a certain part of us. And sometimes we do not reveal everything about us. Right. And for whatever reason. So then they have the snapshot of us, right? From when we're really young so they've seen all the mistakes we've made. They've seen a whole lot. And now we're at this point, and it's like, I think I want to do X, Y, and Z. I think I want to date this type of person. And they're like, well, what are you talking about? Because you've always dated this person. Or I think that this type of guy is the right fit for you. And then you kind of get stuck, and then it causes confusion. But I don't want to bash families.
Not at all.
They have good intentions.
Right. Yes, they do. Well, sometimes, because I have a relative who's if it's a male, she's trying to throw him at me, and I'm like, girl, stop. Because sometimes, because there's that, that can happen too. As well.
And it's fine too, as long as you know how to, right? What are you looking for? To be clear, when you meet that person, I'm not saying, don't meet them. If they want to play matchmaker, that's fine. But once you go and meet that person, what is it that you're using? What tools will you use to see if there's alignment with this person and they are a potential partner for you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what this is so good, the different tools that you get. So I kind of want to go back through, because again, I got all these tabs.
I know.
We talked about detachment is really the first place where we start. So
I want to make one point, and I probably should have done it about 5 minutes ago. This point that they're talking about, as far as family, I think the older you are, the less family is helpful. I've said a bunch of times, for young people, I guess, I'll refine the argument. There's no such thing as good relationship, marriage. I would even say how to be a man advice on YouTube. It should just be entertainment only. Even my own channel, I can't tell you how to be a man, young man. I can give my experience. I can give what I think, but actual advice, if you are young, let's just say under 30, let's say under 35, parents or close friends, uh, way better advice than you'll ever get um, on YouTube. There's zero good advice on YouTube. We should just start with that base. Um, Parents, close friends, even clergy. Professional help is even better, but not everybody has access, the desire, nor the finances. I think the older you get, the more you've developed as a person, the farther away you get from, being young or childhood. Parents are less effective because you've grown apart. Even friends might be less effective. Professional help, way better. YouTube, never. So the older you get, the less the parental advice is effective. The younger, say 35 or under 30, maybe even better, parents know you better than just about anyone if they're close parents. I don't mean like, some father or mother you haven't seen in a decade. I don't mean that. But I mean, if it's more or less a traditional sort of upbringing.
So
Yeah.
when we detach, what is it exactly are we detaching from?
Yeah, so the detachment phase is all about looking at why you make certain decisions. Why do you do it? Do you know why? Why do you like a certain type of man? And I talk about let's see what type that you're always drawn to. And why are you drawn to that type of person? Like, what is it? And is it something that you are consciously making a decision about? Or is it something that you just kind of just do because you've just always done it? So that's the detachment phase. Let's figure out, who are you drawn to, and write that down. And that's really a lot of self-reflection. That's really being honest with yourself and going through that list. So a lot of my clients, and that is the first step, they have to make their list. I write everything down. And it's typically I ask them to look back at their past 2 relationships and to write down why were you drawn to this man? What was it? And write everything down. And then circle the things, were you drawn to him because it matched one of your values? Was it a value, or was it a preference, or was it something that you're like, I just always, like men with you like men with a mustache, and that was your deciding factor.
Wow.
And then we kind of go through those things and analyze, why have you been making those decisions? And if you're coming to see me, then we know that some of your decisions weren't the best ones, right? So we're going to go through and try to decipher what is happening.
Mm-hmm. One thing you talk a lot about in this book that really resonated with me is you making the choice versus somebody else making the choice. Meaning, I went with him because he chose me, not necessarily because the other way around. Well, I chose him because I felt like he was the good fit.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a lot of women at a certain age, we are still kind of hoping to be chosen. And I think sometimes that gets in the way. But if you sit down, and that's why I harp on knowing your values, detaching from what's keeping you stuck, is because then you're able to sit down. And even if the man says, "Hey, I choose you," you're like, "That's cute, but let me see if I'm going to choose you back." Right?
I know that's right.
People are going to choose you back, and then get to decide. I think it's time that we kind of not hope for love, but we are more strategic and deciding on whether this love that we want, that it's really a good fit.
Mm-hmm. But see, when you talk about strategy, some people will say there's no romance in that.
So And I understand, right? And there is some romance, of course, but what I really try to get across to women is let's start with our head first, and then you could bring the heart in. Then you could bring the romance part in, because I think we've done it the other way around. We did the romance part first, we get all caught up, and then we want to bring our brain in, and then, things kind of don't match.
Right.
But let's start with the brain first. Let's look for the alignment based on, what is really important to you at a foundational level. And then when things kind of look aligned, right, because you have seen this person demonstrate certain things, you say, okay, I think this may be the person, then you can, reveal your heart and bring your heart in, but don't do it the other way around.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's so easy, as we are coming up, and this is just the society will lead you. Things have changed a little bit now, but I know because we are later daters or later daters, when we're coming up, a lot of it is all about, the whole Cinderella stories, all these things that, you grow up, you get to be of a certain age, you're supposed to, want the fairy tale, want the Prince Charming, all of these sorts of things. And I think a lot of that has been pushed at us, and it does kind of skew the reality of what many of us face when we start getting out into the world, because we as women, as girls may have been sold that, but guys not necessarily so much.
I was just going to say that no one told the men that they have to be Prince Charming. They're like, what? They didn't get that part of the script.
Memo.
They didn't get it.
Yeah, that is painfully obvious when you watch shows, and I'm going to try and stay away from naming shows, but every single show that I've ever been up to, including women's channels, with the exception of maybe one, but even then, there are remnants or effects of this literally bottom feeding red pill black manosphere stuff. That shit's bottom of the barrel. These men really are problematic, and their women are too, to be honest. Women who buy into this bullshit, and there are a lot of them. It's disturbing. And the good thing is, I don't, people seem to there's a reason, and I actually think MOT and Nagon are absolutely right. They just, misery loves company, and they want like happy black folk to come and join them in their misery. And if you go against their fucking toxic narrative, they will beat you down and call you names and ad hominem and disagree and all this stuff, because they have just determined that, hey, it happened to me, it happens to all black men. It is disturbing the low, like, non-thinking way some of these guys will get up there and just fucking preach toxicity. It's not even toxic masculinity. I don't think it's masculinity at all. It's just a bunch of bumpkins up there fucking whining. It's like ghetto bumpkins, if there can be such a thing. Just about every goddamn YouTube panel I've been up has been ghetto bumpkin.
They didn't get it. Imagine the shock.
Yeah. Be like, oh, I'm actually supposed to. Oh, okay. So yeah, I think in some ways this is why this is so important, because we don't know, or maybe the reality is not what we're really being taught or being shown, or as we kind of alluded to, maybe those who've come before us couldn't really tell us how to date, how to like really look for a mate. There's certain messages we may have gotten, but not necessarily that. So
yeah,
it's interesting.
And it's still, even till this day, right? There is still this this hopefulness, where love will just happen magically, where, and it goes back to like the movies and even in social media, right? There's still this story that's being told that, oh, if you just walk outside, you'll meet him. Like, no, you probably won't. You walk outside, you probably won't just meet him. And there's more to it than that. It's like saying, if you just walk outside, you'll get that great job. No, that's not how that works.
What I would love for these two young ladies to keep emphasizing, this is not advice for a 20-year-old girl, 20-year-old college girl. This is not advice for even a 30-year-old. This is someone who is like 40 plus, has had some experience under her sash, and things change. What's good at 40 or 50 is not the same advice you give to an 18-year-old. I wish they would emphasize that more. They have emphasized it, but almost every time, almost every sentence needs to be, well, for people our age.
Works, right?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. All right. So in the next section, I'm going through the sections so I can make sure I don't miss any of the good stuff. So there are a lot of, let's talk about this. Attachment styles, that plays a factor in how you begin to navigate your relationships.
Yeah. Yeah. So understanding your attachment style, and there's a lot, I'm not a therapist, but there's a lot of information on understanding your attachment style. And I actually I kind of combined attachment style and like how you prefer to meet people. And I call it a love style. So it's kind of like a combination. And I have the quiz on my website, but when you know what your love style is, it kind of tells you like and I'm going to say your style, right? It's not a type. Your love style is kind of tells you, how you like to connect with someone else. And it also tells you like what you should do to meet people, like how you prefer to meet people. And it talks about love style in that manner. And I think you took the quiz.
I did. Let's go through the love styles. I think that's pretty important. And everyone, if you go to her website, you can see it at the bottom. You will find the quiz there, and it will help you determine what your love style is. And there are 4 different ones. Now, mine, I came back as a cautious skeptic.
Cautious skeptic. So do you want me? So I'll share what that is. So the cautious skeptic, and I'm going to read my notes real quickly. You're the realist. You're practical, independent, and grounded. You don't get swept up in fairy tales or chemistry alone. You approach dating with thoughtful intention, taking your time before letting someone in. But the challenge is your independence can become a shield. You might keep people at a distance to avoid vulnerability or feel safer when you're the one in control. But intimacy, romantic intimacy, emotional intimacy, that requires trust. And that means allowing yourself to be seen. So the cautious skeptic, that's a very popular love style. So you're not alone.
I'm alone.
You're not alone.
We're all walking around giving people the side eye.
And rightfully so, right? Because we've had some experiences, and it kind of warrants that behavior. And it's not, so the love style is no, good or bad one. It's just
right.
Again, and maybe it's just me, I kind of sometimes when people dispense, this sort of quote advice, you just need to be real specific. This is not for a 20-year-old young lady in college or, that sort of thing. It's for folks who either have notches on their belt or scars, etc.
What it is, it's just an observation. And I'm glad you took the quiz. I'm glad.
Yeah.
And
you took the
by the way,
Yes, because
that did read like a horoscope. That is problematic in my opinion, but who am I?
When I look at some of the other ones, I haven't always been a cautious skeptic. So it can change, as you said, based upon life experiences and things like that. It can shift.
It can shift. Absolutely. Because, and we go back to like the attachment style. If you have a secure attachment style and you get into a really bad relationship, it may shift you into like an anxious type of style. An anxious attachment style, just quickly, is like someone who needs like a lot of reassurance, a lot of validation. They tend to be kind of clingy, where secure is more like you are fine by yourself. And when someone acts a certain way, you don't really get bothered. You're more like concerned, but you don't kind of like absorb what's happening, that kind of a thing.
Yeah. So yeah, this is all good stuff, because it's allowing us to figure out who we are and how.
I think we need cautious skeptics on every YouTube panel. Like you just see bad behavior and you're concerned, but you're not going to get absorbed into it. Yeah, we need I hope she writes a book about YouTube panels, like a black oriented YouTube page / panel book. We should all be cautious skeptics, sir or ma'am.
How we move in the world before we start looking at someone else. Again, for those who may come in later, taking that break to figure some of these things out.
Yeah.
So like in our second phase, that's when we go into alignment. And the first thing in that section is reconnecting with yourself.
Mm-hmm. Reconnecting with yourself and going back into, really, what is it that you want? And I keep saying that, right? Because in my conversations with a lot of women, they will tell me what they don't want. Like that would be the first thing. I'll get that list. This is what I don't want. And I'm like, okay, that's awesome. But now tell me what you do want. And a lot of times we're not even asked what we want. And I think we're kind of almost programmed to say, this is what I don't want. I don't want this. I don't want a man who does this. And I'm like, okay. But to sit down and to say, these are the 5 things that I want. And I want them because hopefully, it aligns to one of the values. But if she just wants it to want it, I mean, that's okay too, but it may not end up in an aligned relationship, like a long-term partner.
Let's talk some about the whole concept of being in alignment, though, because alignment is basically the person that meets you where you are, where you want to be, and so on.
So aligned love is that you want to make sure that the person that you are seeking aligns with your values, because your values will not shift. Those are the foundation of who you are. You also want to make sure that they align to the vision that you have for your life. And I think sometimes, we women, like we kind of give that dream up, but you want to make sure that this person is aligned with your values and also the vision that you have. If you have this vision that you are going to live in the south of France, but you are talking to a man who will never leave Atlanta, Georgia, that is not alignment.
Right.
Is it possible that he may change his mind? Maybe. But that's where you kind of like notice this misalignment, and then you have conversations. And then you have to decide. Then you have to like make that decision that he may be all these things, but I want to live in the south of France, and he's never going to live. He's never leaving Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm not staying.
Right.
And I just pick up that because that's a funny one, a funny example.
No, you, me, and Tuscany for that dude, right? Right.
Yeah,
But you're right about that, because those are things that I think about. I like to travel. I like to do certain things, and for me, alignment is someone who would want to be a part of those things that I would like to do. Or as you say, having a vision of how you want. I mean, it could be how you want to work. It could be where you want to live. It could be how you function and move in the world. And this doesn't necessarily mean that person is your clone. But that there are enough things that you all can, again, be in alignment and work together, and it's not a battle.
And it's not a battle. And it's important, right? That you want to see that kind of early. And, as we talk about, like in our ages here, we also have to talk about caring for, our parents who are, becoming the elderly, right?
Right.
Some of them, they start needing certain type of care. And you want to have those, does this person, talk to their mother, talk to their father? And you're really close to your mother and father. So then how does that work when you want to care for your parents and they're like, why?
Yeah.
Right? That kind of misalignment. You want to have those conversations. And, I keep talking about these conversations. And you don't know this, because I think I just launched it last week. And I talk about the alignment list in the book, and I give some examples of how to come up with your own alignment list. But a lot of my clients kept asking, like, yeah, we understand, but we still need your help with, with certain questions. So I sat down, I came up with like 30 plus questions, all based on, all following my dating reset framework, and especially with the values categories. And I give like examples of questions that you can ask when you're on a date, and then what to look for. What does alignment look for? What does misalignment look for? And what are things that you should probably notice, but it doesn't mean like there's no alignment. And then I also created a section because of my clients. Again, I love my clients because they really push me to create these tools for them to help all the women. So I created this other section because a client told me, yeah, Nadia, these questions you have over here with the values and stuff, it's good. But sometimes when I go out, I don't even know what to say. I was like, okay. So I came up with that. What do you say when you are trying to, go out and approach men to say hello? What exactly, how do you break the ice? So I came up with a whole section for that. And that's also on my website too.
That's good, because that's a whole different conversation. But a lot of times we are taught that we're not supposed to be the one that approaches, or we allow someone else to lead or to guide, or all these sorts of things. And there's nothing wrong with saying hello to someone.
And what do you say after you say hello?
Right.
Exactly. Which is what my client was having. She's like, I say hello, but then I don't know what to say next. So I have a whole thing about like how to do that and what you're looking for, and based on the situation, how do you approach it and what do you say, and also like what are you looking for, which is a thing that I'm very passionate about, because I see a lot of look for this green flag, look for this red flag, ask these 3 questions. And I'm like, why? And what is the green flag? Because what's a green flag for me may not be a green flag for you. Yes. Right. And that goes back into what is it that we really value?
What do you value? What do you need? But in my head, as you were talking, I'm thinking about somebody sitting me like writing it down, putting it in notes app, like, no. So yes, having questions and things like that, and maybe practicing and doing things, where it feels comfortable, but you don't really be like.
I always recommend going out with like 2 questions, right? Go out with 2 questions that you can just have real quickly. And it should just like be and the questions. So let's go back. If you have your values in order and you pick a couple of the questions based on your values, and you asking the question will come out natural. Like you won't have to try to figure it out because it's tied to you.
Hey, what's up, Cam? Con Salute. Look, Here's another thing, and I was just in there chopping vegetables. I'm actually making chili dogs tonight, and I'm making the hot dog buns, and I'm making the chili from scratch. The little hot dogs. I actually know how to make them, but I just bought them. Cheap hot dogs at that, by the way. These cheap, like Gwaltney hot dogs are the best. We eat trash food at least once a week. Um, but anyway, this is another thing that I just thought of as I was chopping vegetables and listening to this. I may not agree with every point these ladies are making, but I will say this is not a hood perspective. Most of these fucking, people on YouTube that I frequent and have been up on some of their panels, everything is hood centric. And they keep acting like most Black Americans grew up in Cabrini Green or somewhere like that. And I know Cabrini Green, I don't think it even exists anymore. Savannah has Yamacraw, which doesn't necessarily exist anymore. And by the way, Yamacraw was awesome. I've told a story about a girlfriend that I met in my 30s, and she lived in Yamacraw, and I used to hang out all the time. Um, in her place, it wasn't like I was out, I was out shooting hoops in the hood, but she was a great woman, and I loved every minute. And we both kind of knew that, hey, we're just kind of, she was curious about me, I was curious about her, and we had a good time. But the bottom line, one of the most annoying things, and I will name names like Sharon, Nightish, um, what's his name, Cellulite, Hamp. All these people act like the hood is the locus of quote Black culture in America, and it simply is not. They and this is one of the reasons that I bump heads with people like Nightish and Sharon. Though Sharon and I have never really had, a head bumping. But dude, I think people who want to act like real Black culture, in quotes, of course, is in Oakland, they're fucking full of shit. It's not. The real Black culture is in Valdosta, Georgia, or, Selma, Alabama, or Greensboro, Mississippi. These people have, and it's kind of how media works. It's kind of like how the larger American culture works, living in the hood. It's a lot more a dramatic experience apparently, but the real Black people, the everyday, like, work a day Black people do not motherfucking live in the hood, and they don't have hood values. So I appreciate these two ladies. They're not talking about, all this red pill bullshit. Angry Man's another one, dude. That's just hood logic. That hood bullshit. That's why they will spend months talking about the same stupid shit. All of a sudden it's about, some weirdo who made a random comment about a 16-year-old that he was horrible with and got pregnant and all this shit. At least near as I can tell. I never watched the shows. I'm just kind of, hearing what I've heard. But they will motherfucking act like that dude is normal. That's like normal Black culture. And it's so important. We have to debate it for months. Dude, the dude the dude's an anomaly. Stop acting like that's what quote Black culture is all about. Y'all are the weirdos. The dude who was just like some lusty 28-year-old who couldn't keep it in his pants, he's actually more normal than the people that are so, clutching their pearls about it. It's hilarious. except goddamn, who's putting on a show that I want to see? Seymour might be the only motherfucker right now who has a show that's worth watching because everybody else is just talking about the same shit. So shout out to you, Seymour. At least you're remotely original. So anyway, let me get off this stupid monologue. Because yeah, I've had a couple Coors Lights, so I'll just fucking talk forever. Um, uh, so what, Cam? What if they do? Strategically incorporate books? Well, people like you like business. Some people write books and expect to make a profit off of their ideas. If they're strategically, we call it marketing books. I'm not mad at them. You don't have to buy the book. Intellectuals are people, in my opinion, who read books, think about what they read, maybe even pray or meditate, actually have an inner life, actually have some self-reflection. You don't have to have a PhD to be an intellectual. Most intellectuals, if you actually go back, especially in the Western tradition, Western culture, most of these people didn't have PhDs. So let's go from there. Thomas Jefferson, I'm sure there must have been one or two, but none of the founding fathers or the framers, as far as I know, had a PhD in much of anything. So intellectual does not equal PhD. Huge cookout on my property today for folks. 44th anniversary. We made 2 briskets and I cooked a whole pig over the fire. Sounds good. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't recall mentioning audiobooks. It can. Um, the whole point is how do you learn stuff? I am a reading kind of visual learner or even hands-on. Lectures don't mean that much to me. As a matter of fact, it was kind of funny. My last 2 years of college, I never took notes, never recorded it, because sometimes taking notes on a lecture, you actually don't hear context or exactly what the person's saying. So I would just sit there and listen to what the professor was saying. And, every now and again, I might take a note or two. But some people learn better when they hear it. So I'm not going to discount audiobooks. It's just not my style of absorbing knowledge. Audiobooks are books, especially if the author who wrote the original book is reading the book. They what for Skywalker? No idea what that means. What's up, Sin?
Yes, I love that. I love that. But yes, in this reconnecting, you also talk about reconnecting with yourself, and which is so important. Figuring out the values and all those sorts of things, because a lot of times we become so detached from our own selves.
I want to point out also, if you're talking about audiobooks count as books for Skywalker, I'm with Skywalker on that. If you're dyslexic or, vision impaired or something like that, audiobooks are books. Like I said, especially if the author of the book is actually doing the reading. We need to stop being so snooty. And I'm a book reader. I really don't, I have a couple audiobooks and they just don't do it for me because I've been reading for, decades. But if Skywalker absorbs knowledge better for one reason or another from an audiobook, and it's actually an audiobook, stop being so snooty.
The busyness of the world, in, taking in a lot of things that other people are saying to us, whoever those people might be, that you have to reconnect and figure out, who you are and what really resonates with you. One of the things you said, which interests me, and then we can move on because time is moving quickly. You had someone who said that faith was enough, and I find that interesting. The clients thought that faith was enough. Because people say, "Oh, as long as you're equally yoked," for example.
Yeah. And she, I mean, that was one of her values.
That's
And I was
another.
like, that's great. But what about
That's another. What does equally yoked mean? Stop comparing yourself to oxen. 48 Laws of Power is trash. Yeah. I've actually read it. I had a friend of mine, and she decided, like, she would spend, weeks reading a chapter or so. And it's like I yeah, I'm just not into that bullshit. They're better writers, and it's not original thinking, by the way.
these other categories, which is why the values categories is so important to go through, because she was just looking at this one thing. And I was like, what about all these other things? What about being able to, just because you are, highly, religious does not make you a good communicator. Right? Does not mean that this person can share his emotions with you.
Right.
And then, talking through that with her, she's like, yeah. So then we had to go through the whole values categories and make sure that she wrote everything down. And now she has a better perspective on what a potential partner looks for. Because, she, like most women who are looking for that type of man, she was going to church and, all the things. And I was like, well, they're not there in the church. And she was like, no. And I was like, well, why not? And so talking through it, that's how we uncovered that she was looking for these other things too.
Looking for the other things as well. I'm trying to get out this chapter, but this is a big thing for a lot of women, because it's something that if you look at the manosphere, that you would hear that being successful is a thing that creates problems and challenges for some. And you have someone who said that she felt like her success was pushing people away, pushing men away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was a client of mine. She was very successful, and talking with her through that was, to be honest, talking through that was stop leading with your position, right? Because you're not going for a job, you're trying to find a partner. Mm-hmm. So it was to go back to her values and say, what exactly are you looking for? And then let's formulate questions around what's really important to you, so that you're not starting off with your job and your position, because that could come up.
By the way, at least, let's see, I think all 4 of the videos, 3 of them I'm definitely, going to show. The 4th, I'm not so sure about. Depends on, how I feel and where I am in the dinner cooking. But ADS, the woman on the left actually lives in Atlanta. She's got a whole show, and she reviews books by mostly Black female authors. A lot of these books are self-help or fiction. The lady on the right actually wrote a book about dating in your 40s from a woman's perspective. And my take on this is that I appreciate this for, it's flawed. I don't agree with every point that they're bringing up, but I appreciate it's not like hood centric. Like, Black culture does not emanate from the urban centers of Chicago or Detroit or New York or Oakland. It simply does not. the locus of what has become a multifaceted Black culture originates from the Deep South. And I would actually just be so bold as to say, somewhere between Virginia and Charleston, maybe to Savannah. Most of it would be coastal, say from a Norfolk or Tidewater area through, places like Wilmington, North Carolina, through Charleston, through Myrtle Beach, through, you could probably argue Mobile, Alabama, um, the Houston area of Texas, Louisiana, like the whole damn state of Louisiana, and the whole state of Mississippi, by the way. That's the locus of Black culture. The Great Migration, sent Blacks from the South into these urban areas. And, these urban areas are kind of islands where, quote, Black culture kind of, evolved. We'll just use that word, but it's not the locus of Black culture. And most of the shows that I hear on YouTube are hood centric. It's hood values, it's hood logic, and they are not Black culture, in my opinion. Nightish, not Black culture. Atlanta, even, probably closer than most cities, but not necessarily Black culture. I think Valdosta is truer Black culture, or St. Helena Island, Savannah, Macon. That's truer Black culture than Atlanta is. And of course I'm biased because I'm from there. But from what I've heard, and these are like 40-year-old people on YouTube, they have no fucking clue what Black culture is, but they want to center everything about, Brownsville or Detroit. They're full of shit. And they're also unread. These motherfuckers literally want to center everything what happened to them as a child on a street corner where all their friends got killed. And yeah, traumatic, of course, but that's not Black culture.
Out later on, it could come out way later on. And you don't have to start off with, I'm the CEO of, whatever. Right. And why do we have to start with what you do for a living? There's so many more interesting conversations to have.
Right. In general, with anybody, but definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, we work through that. But yeah, she and then she, of course, she felt like men were intimidated.
Oh, and by the way, actually, I guess a question I would ask ADS, if you're still there, I don't know that you are, would you date one of these women? Would you date women like these two? I'm rather interested. Let's see. Are you still here? You seem not to be. Oh, well. Most of these Black men, if they're age appropriate with these two, would never date women like this because these women have expectations.
By her because of her position. I was like, well, maybe. So let's get to that. She mentioned that, she thought that men were intimidated. And I was like, well, let's look at the word intimidate. And what does that mean, right? The word intimidate. And intimidation tends to me, there's some fear. And it's like, I don't know if men are fearful of women when they're dating. And I said, if the man is fearful, then it kind of means that you are giving off this space that is not safe for him. And then he put, so I was like, even like the energy, maybe we have to work on a little bit, but I do not believe, and I have not seen, and I've talked to a lot of men too, that they really aren't intimidated by women. So we have to stop kind of saying that.
Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good perspective. And of course, it depends on the individual.
It depends on the individual, and it depends on what it means to intimidate.
Right, what it means to intimidate. Absolutely. One of the things that we've already kind of talked about, the sabbatical, taking a break, and just meaning that you have to be patient through the process. After you take a break, you kind of figure out some of your values and some of these other things. Be patient with yourself, be patient with the process.
But and I took a year. That's what worked for me. But your sabbatical can be 3 months. It could be 6 months. It could be 2 years. And that's why it's important for us to decide on what it is that we need for ourselves. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a year.
Yes. One of the things that I like, and this is something that also can cause controversy sometimes, is when you do decide to start dating again, to not just lock in on one person, to date multiple men with integrity.
With integrity, of course. So, every time I talk about this dating multiple men at the same time, that the men always come for me on social media, and it's hilarious.
Nevertheless.
It's so hilarious. So dating multiple men is an important strategy because as women, when we date one man, or when we think that this man really likes us or we like him, we get so emotionally invested in this person that we give our all to this person. And sometimes it happens way too soon. So the dating multiple men strategy allows you to date more than one man at the same time. And it allows you to see, who's really aligned with me, who will put in the effort. And then you can also give your brain some rest. Like you're not sitting down waiting to say, Dad, we went out yesterday and I haven't heard from him today. Well, maybe you didn't hear from him today, but you could call, John and see what John's doing and keep up with John and not, wait out for Michael. And then you keep going. And then whoever is the one that really works for your attention, who makes the time, and whatever it is that you need, who is consistent and does all the things that you require and that you desire to have, then you kind of know which person that you can then put all your time and effort into.
And I love that. I have been saying that for a while, that, that's how I want to move going forward, because it is, you get locked in on a person and sometimes you don't even really know that person that well. It can be based on, things that are superficial. It can be based on lust. It can be based on a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, but everyone's great the first 3 dates. Everyone is great, right? Everyone's awesome. But so then the intention, dating with integrity, you let them know that you are dating multiple people. Like, don't say that out, hey, I am looking for a partner. I am dating multiple people. And then see how they respond. And that tells you a lot. If he responds with, what? You crazy? And all these other things, then that's probably not a person for you.
Right.
If he says, okay, I understand, and he may say, I'm dating multiple people too. And then you also have to be okay with that. And then you kind of see where it goes. And then you get to a certain point where you have to make a decision based on how the relationship progresses. And if there is a relationship, right?
Right.
But I think we all should give ourselves time to explore having relationships or just getting to know someone else and not call it. And even how I'm saying it, right? It's like, no, it's not a relationship because you really don't have one with someone that you're trying to get to know.
Right, exactly. Dating with intention to gain information. And then, ultimately, I always say the cream is going to rise to the top.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Hopefully. It might take a while to get there, but yes. Making room for love. Now, I thought this was important as well.
kind of interested in your response, Cam. Why is it a bad strategy? Can you expand on why it's a bad strategy? Again, I wish these two would be more specific about who the advice is targeted for. We're not talking 20-year-olds. We're not talking 25-year-old women. We're talking about women who are kind of in their 40s and dating again, 40s and above and dating again. I think it's whatever they decide to do. So be more specific. I'm curious.
Because a lot of times we are, we can be very independent. We can have full calendars, and I'm raising my hand because I got a lot of stuff going on. But when you say that love or a relationship is something that you want, you do have to be intentional with your time. I know you kind of talked about it earlier about putting it on the calendar, making the space for it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are serious about wanting to find a partner, right, a long-term partner, you must make time. There is no if, ands, or buts about it. And to do that, you have to put in your calendar. So when I work with clients, one of the exercises that they do is they have to do 3 dating activities a week. 3. And I don't care what it is, and they have to put it on the calendar. So
Wow.
those activities could be, they either go on an actual date with someone, or they make sure that they attend some type of event where they can meet a potential partner, or they just go out by themselves. And go out by themselves so that they can just have fun and do things. And sometimes when you go out by yourself and have fun and do things, you actually meet someone, right, who may be a good fit for you. But to make sure that you commit to dating is very important.
Yeah, and I like that. Just go out, because I am the queen of going out and doing stuff by myself. And a lot of people are like, well, why would you do that? It's like, because every time I go out, whether it's traveling or going to events by myself, I always meet people, and we might laugh and kiki, it could be women, it could be men, it could be, anyone. And just being able to have, those opportunities to connect, with other humans. Because a lot of times, if you are, say, going out with your girlfriends, because women, we'll be out with our girlfriends all the time, but it keeps you connected to that group and not necessarily as willing to branch out and have conversations.
I also want to, make a point, and it's kind of piggybacking on a point that Cam is making. If I were on the opposite end of the table as the man dating, a lady in my 40s, and shit, I'm 61. Who knows? One of these days I may, date a 45-year-old or a 61-year-old or whatever. If she came and said, "Hey, I want you to know I'm dating multiple men." Well, yeah, personally, I would probably raise an eyebrow at a minimum. But here's my deal. I wouldn't say anything. I would basically just say, "Hey, you know what? I understand." And that would be the end of it. She doesn't need to know what I'm doing. Now, I tend to be a one woman guy. Um, you know, uh, Dating multiple women, juggling schedules and stuff just isn't something I've ever liked doing. Um, but if it's a first date, um, let's see if there's a second date. Second date is where the decision for my end comes. And there's nothing saying I have to call her back or even do a second date. Let her be her. At this age, I'm going to be me no matter what. Now, I can be me plus one, but if she's worth a second date, great. But if she tells me she's like, you know, dating multiple men to make choices or something, um, I have volition in that too. I don't have to see her again. So I don't understand why anyone would be offended by, some 40 or 50-year-old woman going, "Hey, I'm dating multiple men." Again, I wish they'd gotten more into her background. Is she divorced? Is she never married? Does she have kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? We know she's been a successful entrepreneur or something, but the devil's always in the details. Some 40, and I actually semi dated, this is maybe even shit. Well, shit, I am old. In my 50s, I semi dated a divorcee, and she had a son my son's age, and it just never amounted to anything because I live out in kind of the country, and she's a city girl, and I I would never live in fucking Buckhead. Um, you know, maybe part-time, but no, I'm not resettling. And I didn't like her son for starters. He's a good kid, but just not my type of kid. And then the other thing is her husband, she's divorced. And I wasn't dealing with a fucking husband. We could be boyfriend and girlfriend, but there's never going to be like a serious commitment because there will never be another man dictating, the schedules of people living with me. Not ever. Not even my father. No. So anyway, probably deeper than I need to get, but sometimes men act like a woman's decision locks them into something. If you don't have kids with them, then they don't. It's just a date. If you do have kids with them, well, that's your fuck up. I don't have sympathy. That's why I don't think there can be such a thing as good advice on YouTube. Even this show, read her book. Don't take anything seriously from, this video.
Other people. So I definitely think that that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yes. And we have a gentleman in the room. I don't know. He's got a familiar last name. How can long distance
that's my brother-in-law.
Okay. So he's asking about long distance relationship. I knew there had to be some kind of relation.
Is the last name?
Long distance. How can that work?
So yeah, I mean it depends on the couple. It can work, right? And I think there's a famous actress, right, who has a husband and they live in 2 different states and they've been married for, I'm talking about Shirley Ralph. Yeah. And it seems to work well because they have and I'm going to say because they believe in whatever values they have, it works for them and they've had that conversation and they put the effort in to make it work. So can it work? Yes. Now, if you have one partner who doesn't want to have that long distance, and then there's going to be some friction there and there could be turmoil, but both people have to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess it's a thing that you'll be happy to see people when you see them.
Sometimes.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, because, and you have to be careful, right? Because sometimes distance does not make the heart grow fonder. Right. Sometimes distance creates more distance. So again, both people have to decide on what is best for the relationship. Will this distance be okay? And how do they keep the connection going while they're apart? And is the long distance, long term, what's the length that this is going to happen? Shirley Ralph, she's been doing it for a long time, and it really works for them.
Yeah. Well, some of these things we have talked about. We've been talking about alignment, dating based on your values, things like that. One of the things, this is where we're talking about the love style, having an empowered approach to dating. And that's where we get into the love styles and how once you know what your love style is, it can kind of help you determine how you're going.
Okay, I am gonna have to say this. Love Styles is a little cringy, at least to me. Love Styles.
To date or moving forward.
Yeah. Because then you kind of understand why you kind of behave the way you do in romantic relationships. So then hopefully you're able to say, okay, I know this about myself. So now I'm going to take steps to do something different. I'm going to take steps so I can make different choices and not keep repeating the pattern. And a lot of times we repeat patterns because we're really not aware that we're doing them.
Right.
And then we tend to blame all these external factors when in reality it's something that we have not addressed about ourselves yet.
This comment: at my age and season of life, long distance is great. We can travel to one another and be intentional about the time spent together.
Yeah, it works with some people. Absolutely.
Yeah, it can definitely work, in some cases. I have a family member that has a long-term relationship with someone who lives in the same area, but they live separately, and it works for
What's
them.
up, Speak
So I
Radio?
think that's the other thing.
We're going to be debuting your work
Works because
here right
there,
after this
maybe
video, by
quote
the way.
unquote traditional ways of doing love or doing relationships.
Right.
I mean, that works for those people. So that kind of goes back, I guess, to your values and having these conversations and figuring these things out so you can be in alignment.
Exactly. We have to stop following someone else's playbook for our lives. Follow your own playbook.
Follow your own playbook.
Yeah.
You talk about self-care being non-negotiable throughout this process.
Yeah. I am all about wellness, and it is important that we take care of ourselves as women. And sometimes with dating, we want to do everything, do it all. And that's not practical, right? It's not practical. And then sometimes I hear women say, I want to date, but I want to lose like 10 pounds first. And I'm like, okay, what's your plan to lose the 10 pounds? Because losing 10 pounds, if it's for your health, then that's part of self-care. Right. And so self-care is not just a bubble bath and getting your nails done. Self-care is really about taking care of what your body needs so that you can flourish, right? Inside and out. So if you think 10 pounds is because of it's, impacting your health and it's also impacting how you see yourself, then okay, lose the 10 pounds and are you going to get you're going to work with a trainer, you're going to go to the gym. Like, what is the plan here? And how can I support you on, reaching that goal?
What I like in here, you say self-care isn't a luxury. It's a foundational part of choosing and sustaining aligned love.
That's it. Because if you take care of yourself, then you have more love to give and to share. If you don't take care of yourself, then you're falling apart or you're hoping that someone else will take care of you, which is just not realistic. Like we have to make sure that we take care of our physical and mental well-being first. And then, first. And then we can, help everyone else around us.
Right. Yeah. And that's so important because like you've kind of alluded to, and we know it to be true, a lot of times when women are dating or get into relationships, everything goes towards that other person. And don't let the woman have children as well. It's like so much is going outward towards others, but what is happening in terms of you being able to take care of yourself? And I'm a firm believer, just from my own experience, that when I take care of myself, that's part of me making better choices just in general. When I'm taking care of myself versus those times when I'm neglecting myself.
Yeah. So talking about the self-care through the lens of your love style, since you're a cautious skeptic, right? So your self-care reset was to let yourself feel, trust that opening up doesn't have to mean losing control. And it's okay to admit when you're unsure or vulnerable. So that's part of your self-care reset.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. well, we are running out of time, so I'm
Oh my
kind of
gosh.
yes, believe it or not, going to move through the rest of this. In here, in the book, you do also talk about rejection because that's just a part of the process to be resilient in rejection. So yes, there are going to be those times because you are now choosing. There are going to be times that you are the rejector. Sometimes you're going to be the rejectee. It's not always going to work, but to be resilient in that process.
Yeah, and to understand that rejection, it's not like a don't look at it as a failure or that you're not like good enough for this possible relationship, right? But just look at it as some information. Just it's like information, and move on to the next person. Like, don't get stuck in that place. And it goes back to the self-care part, right? Don't get stuck because this person said you're not a good fit. Because if he says that, sometimes you don't even hear anything, right? What's the term, ghosted? Sometimes you just don't hear back. Right. And just not to even dwell on that. And I have clients who will like dwell on this one man who didn't get back to them. They're like, why? Why are you dwelling? Let's move on. He's not your person.
Right.
And I'm glad that, you found this out so early. Suppose that he had strung you along for like 6 months or something, and then you found out. But
right, absolutely. That makes a difference. And we're, now at the G, gratitude is foundation.
G, the gratitude. Yeah. So, and that goes into the whole abundance mindset. Because at the end of everything, like every time you go out on a date, like be grateful for certain things, that you actually met someone who you're interested in, that you actually took the steps to start dating again or to go somewhere, that you actually, went through the whole values categories and you actually know like what to ask and what you're looking for. And just to be grateful this entire process. And that's why the G comes at the end, because sometimes, we go through these processes and this journey and we get to the end and it's like, oh wait, there are no balloons, there's no like it's like, no, but look how you've like transformed and look at the growth that you have, and to celebrate where you are, because it is not easy to detach from your patterns. It is not easy. It is not easy to, lock down 5 of your core values. It's not easy. It is transformative work. But once you get those things done, then dating becomes much more enjoyable.
Much more enjoyable. I love it. Now, we do have a couple of men in the room.
Okay.
So I know that your book was, more so written towards women, and, leaning from your own experiences and things like that. I'm going to assume that you probably wouldn't say anything much different to men, but I'm just curious your take. Do you ever work with male clients or?
Yeah. I do not work with male clients because I do not understand. I really don't understand their perspective and what they have
Good
to
for
deal
her.
with in the world.
Excellent.
I understand women. I understand what we deal with in the world. I understand, some of the history, some of the things that we do not say out loud. Like, I understand that from a woman's point of view. And men, I think they have their own struggles, and they also have things that they do not say out loud. And I don't know what those are. So I've helped.
Okay, you should always, I like that point. She knows what she wants in a man, but she doesn't know how men think. I think that is like super smart. It's not even a cap or anything like that. She's not a man. So tacitly, that what is a woman thing? What is a man? I'm a woman. I don't understand men. I think that is super savvy, super smart. I appreciate that. Shit, I might buy her book.
One male client, and that's how I discovered
right,
that I'm probably not the best. to help a man. No.
Right. And that's fair because, everyone has different experiences of life and things like that. But I just know from being a woman and from the perspective of women, of a woman, I know that a lot of.
Hey, Cam, my sapiosexual juices are flowing with this lady. Unfortunately, she's married, but I like that.
Times we are doing these things.
Yeah.
And I would hope that more men would embrace some of these same things so that we're not in situations where women have done the work, but maybe we're trying to date men who haven't.
Oh, absolutely. I think we all should be doing our own inner work because we all have emotional piles. It is, but then you have to want to do the work. Like I cannot say, Marcy, you need to do this work, right? You have to have that desire to want to do your inner work so that you become a better partner to someone else. But if I've done the work and the potential partner hasn't, then there's a struggle because I have moved to a certain level and he's still at the beginning stages. And when you've done the work, you'll notice that quickly too, when someone hasn't done it. And it is not your job to tell the person you need to do your work. You just recognize the misalignment and you move on. Yeah.
Oh, you need to go sit on somebody's couch. Like, what's going on? Right, exactly.
That part.
Because as you said, we navigate through life differently, but traumas and emotional piles and all these, we all got all those things. We all have them. It's just a matter of how you navigate it and how you work through it, and recognizing that a lot of when you've had relationships over time and they haven't been successful, it's not always just the other person. Maybe some stuff that you got to figure out for yourself. So
yeah, especially when you are the common denominator.
Right.
You may want to take a step back. And I talk about that too, right? Because I was the common denominator and I had to take a step back. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a very interesting point. And I may be kind of overemphasizing it or something, but that point she makes about common denominator, everyone's the common denominator in 100% of their relationships. And, selfish as it may seem, you may have to take care of yourself before you can take care of anyone else. And if you are failing, in all these relationships, it's you. It's not the relationships. That's just critical thinking. So I appreciate, that point too. I actually might buy her book and read it. It may pertain to me. It may not pertain to me. However, knowledge is power. And that's the other thing. Some of these old YNs in this Black YouTube space, everyone from Angry Man to fucking name me a person that I've been up on their panel. Everyone suffers from this main character syndrome is what Universal Jones calls it. And he should know because he's one of the few Black men I know who doesn't have a main character syndrome, at least not on YouTube. He's the only Black man I know who is not a main character. Now, maybe that's a bias and maybe it's a joke. Who knows?
So I love this, this is such a beautiful book. And if you click where it says buy the book here, that QR code, it will take you to the book on the Brown Girl Collective bookstore. So if you need to get this for yourself, for your friend, if you got, your girlfriend group and y'all are all single and thinking about, finding a line love, I definitely think it would be a good book to pick up and be able to have those conversations, with your people, and then also do your own work individually.
Let's add also, Marcy, one more thing, that in the book, there are exercises after
Yes,
each.
absolutely.
chapter.
Absolutely. There are exercises in the book that you can do as you're working through the book. Now, Nadia, I know that this book is a way to like get you out into the world where a lot of people can see what you're doing. A lot of people can find out about your work, but you do, as we talked about, you do still work with clients and things like that. What are some of the ways that people can get in touch with you if they're interested in working with you? You know, what types of programs that you offer? I want to give you a chance to do your own commercial.
Yes, do my own commercial. Yeah, so definitely go to my website, nadiaedwards.com. All of the information is there about how to work with me. I do offer a group coaching program called the Redefining Love program. So you can go there, get on the wait list for that. I kind of have that seasonally at this point. It's a wonderful program. It's about 6 weeks long. So there's a commitment. There's a time commitment, of course, where we go through the whole dating reset framework. Of course, buy the book. Definitely scan the QR code and get the book because it goes through everything that we talked about
And
today.
by the
and
way,
it goes,
I love her hair. If she could just sweep it forward a little bit. But I this particular hairstyle that she has with the the silver hair, yeah, that's kind of cool to someone like me. Less makeup, more hair.
through it in depth. And it also has the exercises that help you along. And then more recently, I came up with the alignment list. So, and these are 30 plus questions where you can use or you can kind of tweak to make it your own, but it is tied to the values. And you kind of see like how you should phrase a question based on certain things that you're looking for. And I even help you out by saying whether how to look for if the response is aligned, if it's misaligned, or if it's just something you should notice. And I
Right.
also have a section about, how to, talk to men, if you're just like, at a conference or something, like, what do you say? How do you approach him and things like that? But that's it. nadiaedwards.com.
I love that. I love that. So this has been such a wonderful conversation. I'm glad that I met you in person and we had a chance to make this happen because there are so many people out here like we struggling. A lot of us are, and we don't want to. We shouldn't have to. And just to kind of have a different perspective because you're not telling us go here, get on this app, it's not that. This is like that work that we need to do to prepare for whatever we decide to do in terms of going out and actually meeting people because you got to start somewhere. You got to start
somewhere. And what I found is that a lot of women over 40 aren't really happy with using apps, and I think a lot of us kind of meet men out in the real world.
Yeah, my mom is usually watching and she like, I don't like the idea of them apps. I'm like, well, you can meet people that aren't nice in person just like you can meet people who aren't nice on an app. So, but then there's a whole nother conversation about
That's a whole other conversation.
about the way Black women are often perceived on apps and all that kind of stuff. So that's a whole other thing. So thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. You had your fam and some friends in the room. I love that. Come and support. And again, if you all want to grab a copy of the book, please do so. It's available there. And then, of course, at any of your favorite retailers. And if they don't have it, reach out to them and ask them to go ahead and get it because we want to help. We want to help more people find the aligned love that they're looking for because we're over 40, and contrary to popular belief, we are not dead yet. We are still of high value.
Absolutely.
All of those things. So that's it. So I will let you grab a glass of water, and I will see you in just a second.
Okay.
Just a second.
All right. Well, I actually kind of enjoyed it. Like I said, I may actually buy the book. So let us talk about the Speak Radio person. Who the hell is this Speak Radio? Well, y'all, if you're a content creator, you best be calling them. this just made me laugh when I saw it. It was just like, God damn it. How do you get me so well, son? It's like evil grandpa. Oh, excuse me. It's like evil grandpa driving a bus. It's like, hey, kids, you want to ride on the short bus? Well, I'm the short bus driver. Let's see here. Where are you? Image file. All right. So I find this hilarious. So this is this is the new logo for Saturday shows. Got two, one with the grimmest smile, one with an open mouth, more insane smile, like, yeah, I'm driving y'all to perdition. Second stop on Sunday is hell. The road, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I'm driving the bus. So this is hilarious. So thank you, Speak Radio. Yeah. You know, you're right. That I didn't even recognize. Oh yeah, this mother. That is so funny. That is funny. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, 55. I can't drive 55 on this road to hell, folks. This is hilarious. So this is why this man is an executive producer. Oh wait, hold it. Where- I can't tell you how this made me laugh like fucking hell. So executive producers CKJ3, Loop and Reigen, and Speak Radio just for this. He's an executive producer because this is some talent, folks. He. I hear myself going, he. Y'all don't know where we're going with this bus, do you? Damn, this is so goddamn funny. So thank you, sir. And sponsors of yesterday's Saturday short bus, Lupin and Dirty Dude Salute. Yeah, you have outdone yourself. You have outdone yourself, Speak Radio, once again. Y'all bet. Oh, wait, hold it. Oh, with the clown makeup? Yeah, that makes sense too. Let me tell you something, folks. If you know people who need some like graphic design work done, this is my number one go-to with the graphics and stuff. Yeah, I'm afraid and this is the thing that actually interests me, Speak Radio. You have listened to some of these people like me and other people. You get them. I honestly think you just kind of get the personalities and then you design the graphics to their particular personalities or needs or whatever. The detail is ridiculously good. So, y'all be hitting Speak Radio up. Uh, he may not want the business, but I don't care. Y'all shall pay him. It's and the number on the short bus is '01. Ooh boy. That's some attention to detail. It's like this is the only short bus in town and we're driving you to hell. Nice. Nah. This is hilarious. Hey, Chocolate Earth, how you doing? Um, you outdid yourself with this one, my friend. You out fucking did yourself. There, ooh boy. I was going to YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to Google, like find the short bus images, and dude did it like, oh, I'll do this in 2 minutes. So anyway, so let's get back to the regularly random program, which is this is a Big J, and the topic is why I'm looking at it, and hopefully I'll have to tag him on this because I'm kind of using his content, but it was such a interesting title and I missed it. So this is called the Communita and Black YouTube Fatigue. So I got to hear it, and we all know Big J will, um, you'll have to turn down your volume, uh, folks. But so we go. So let's see here. Let's adjust some tabs. Now, the other thing that's great about this show, this is John Henrik Clark saying what I just think every time I hear a 12th man or a Ryan Bardwell or a CM or yeah, y'all think you do better, folks. So anyway, let's hear this. And I'm not committed to hearing the whole thing, but it's such an intriguing title.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach. I am not here to debate with anyone.
Sorry, there's a glitch or something. Not sure what that was.
Subject. I only debate with my equals.
But
All
I
others
never
I
get
teach.
tired of hearing this. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to have to talk about this. Now, if you look at the thumbnail, right? If you look at the thumbnail, this man who's standing with this woman on this thumbnail of this video live stream, that's the person who I believe is the enemy. This person is the enemy of all black people, or anybody who is not white. And there's another guy named Star God of God, all of this. So say, I know these people since before 2016. I know when they had the channels, when the channels was less than 1,000 subs. And the reason why I'm saying is because they use your talking points to get ahead. And you Negroes don't seem to understand, right? And let me go ahead and put this up. Let me put this up. Let me go and share it because it needs to be shared. All right, what's going on, Queen Sun? Can see in the chat room. Let me go and say this about last night. You know, I gotta say it, right? And shout out to Tay Tay. Okay? Shout out to Tay Tay. Oh yeah, hold on. I forgot to put this down. Hold on, let me put this up. Oh, and shout out to AT2 channel last night. That was a classic roast on AT2 channel. Check him out. Because he's having a similar problem. Right? No, let me find it. Let me put this overlay down. Right? Oh yeah, it's on the fair use. That's right. I meant to put the fair use thing up. But we here. Right? This on Candy Cane's channel. Is this all you can think about? letter. This is what Tay-Tay's talking about. You know, I'm not gonna play her. I'm not gonna play Candy Cane's video. I'm not gonna do it. Right? I'm not gonna play it. Right? I'll let y'all find it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me put it like it's around the 4-hour mark. Yeah, go over to around the 4-hour mark on the live stream. You'll find it. You'll find it. But here's the thing, right? 18 letter thinks that we need to shame. We need to bring back shame back. This is my problem with y'all. Those of y'all who's on that pro-black shit, and y'all want to use Claude Anderson, Francis Quelch Wilson, Amos Wilson, and even the person who I use as an intro, John Henry Clark. Y'all use these 4 or 5 people, along with Tariq Nasheed. Y'all use these four people, and then y'all regurgitate their lines to a point where it becomes a nihilistic. Yeah, I said it. It comes nihilism to a point of paralysis. We don't got no friends. Y'all keep using the John Henry Clark line. We don't got no friends. And that's one of those lines. I'm tired of y'all, you Negroes on here saying that to a point where it's advocating yourselves. Don't get involved in this. Don't get involved in that. We're here for the discussion. We're not here to solve anything. But then, actually, at the same time, you are over here trying to complain. If you are a grown man, I'm gonna say this right now. I said this last night. Y'all been here too damn long to complain. 18th letter. I'm addressing you straight up. You've been chain blaming, explaining too damn much, and you've been here too damn long. That's why I say a lot of you niggas in this space are, y'all want to talk masculinity, right? Y'all want to talk about masculinity and what the black woman need to do, and we gotta bring back Shane back, all that shit. Let me say this right now. Y'all the most emasculating niggas on the planet. From the grand scheme of things. Y'all say it to a point that who gives a fuck? Nobody believes. That's why nobody don't give a fuck about black men. You talk too damn much, and I know some of y'all was laughing.
Let me say this a little bit less. Well, let me say it a different way. The point about Welsing and Amos Wilson, who else? John Henrik Clark, I'll give a pass, but I guess we could lump him in there. What's his name? There's another guy that I cannot think that Linwood from CT's show. Like, it's his Bible. The shit was in the 70s. Frances Cress Welsing, her views on genetics and dominant genes and recessive genes, that's like that's a decade or two before the Human Genome Project. It is outdated. And this the kind of black radicalism that people like Linwood would advocate, it's stuck in amber from the 70s. Things have moved on. And that kind of Frances Cress Welsing, Neely Fuller is who I'm thinking of. He's especially bad. We've moved on, folks. Not where we need to be, but we certainly moved on. And we have a lot more biological information. Cress Welsing at the time was provocative, but a lot of her genetic theories, and she was an MD, by the way. She was a psychiatrist. She wasn't a geneticist or anything like that, but she had the medical, at least the basics to render an opinion. It's all been disproven, modified, something or another. So if y'all are still living in the middle of Neely Fuller's rhetoric, you're outdated. And these black radicals wind up being almost as bad as a John Roberts, Chief Justice John Roberts. They're both extremes of how, everyday reality in the United States actually is. So, by the way, the link is posted. Don't be shy. If you got a point of view you must express, cool, hit the link.
Laughing at me and shout out to Taylor. Shout out to Tay. Taylor, see, I'm gonna say it right. I'm gonna say it like this, and I called it out. Now, me and Taylor have a similar upbringing, right? And when y'all make these comparisons, y'all come online thinking that, let me just criticize black people all day, every day online. That's supposed to change something. We got to make black people accountable. 18. How you gonna make black people accountable when you're on the internet? That's why I look at you niggas as jokes. And I noticed something too. I noticed this is usually niggas from Chicago and New York. Or I should say from Chicago and the eastern seaboard. It's usually y'all from New York. It's usually Chicago Negroes and Negroes from the New York, New Jersey area. Y'all keep doing this. I keep noticing it. Y'all make these mad comparisons. And these comparisons makes no sense. Not knowing, y'all think coming on the internet and saying, well, we got to do better. We at the bottom. First of all, let's stop this shit right here. Black people are not at the bottom. Y'all been saying this shit for 20 years. Black people are not really at the bottom. I don't know where y'all get y'all's talking points from, but it's bullshit. And that's why you feed into the white boy right there, whose avatar, who's on that thumbnail. Now, some of us know who that white boy is on the thumbnail of this live stream. His name was Crack Cousteau. Crack Cousteau is a French Canadian. Some of us who've been on Andy Worski's channel back in the day. Jacques Cousteau and Ridger Spencer, Sargon McCall, they take your talking points and they gain, and these white men who I mentioned create a massive following based on y'all's criticism. And let me say this right now: they have been in this space because you Negroes thinking that shame, blame, and explain is supposed to be we got our voice out. We finally have a voice. And shout out to Keon. Shout out to Keon who was on that panel. Keon said, well, like we do have a black leader.
Yeah, we probably need to skip forward, or maybe what I need to do is go find what he's reviewing. Let's see what we got here.
Same shit. Y'all repeat with Claude haters who all they do is grifting.
Okay.
A problem, but y'all don't. Doherty, he always said Dorta. Me.
Yeah, okay.
What that who's noticing this shit?
You know what? Let's see, and maybe I'm skipping ahead in large chunks.
And y'all do the same stereotype.
And basically, this is why I don't like listening. I don't like listening to a sentence of something I'm reviewing and then stopping at every sentence. I need context. And if I'm going to review a review, every time I jump forward, I'm not hearing the video. So maybe what I need to do is just go and find Candy Cane's show and review it. If it sounds interesting. Hey, Tamika, how you doing?
I'm fine, Stanley. How are you?
Good. I'm having fun. I'm in the process of making chili dogs for dinner.
Are you actually putting beans in it?
Am I what?
Putting beans in it.
You know what? I think I only had like one can of beans. I tend to do dried beans. So I have to see if I even have any. and I'm not gonna crock pot, some beans. We'll do fine. But I am making I made the buns by scratch from scratch. They're cooling now. I am making the chili from scratch, and I do basically hot breakfast sausage mixed with usually 70-30 ground beef. And that's kind of like my mother mix. I make hamburgers, I make spaghetti, I make chili, just from that mix. So, beans, I actually prefer beans, but I'm not sure that I have any in a can.
That sounds disgusting, Stanley. I said
What?
It
Are you
does.
kidding me? You just don't like chili dogs?
I don't eat pork at all. You talking about breakfast?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot.
But I wish they made beef breakfast sausage, not the nasty kind, because all of it's
You
nasty.
could make it yourself.
How would I make? Oh yeah, I could look up a recipe. Okay.
Well,
So
like
what?
now, well, hold on one sec. I'm rather flippant with this sort of stuff. You're young. I just have time to like grind the meat. I've literally made sausage. Somewhere in a freezer somewhere, I have natural sausage casings. I just have time to do it. So I do understand your point. But I mean, you could make this with just spices, tomato sauce, or better, crushed tomatoes is better just with beans. It doesn't have to even be meat if you don't want.
Yeah, Wendy's barely put meat in theirs. I
Wendy's.
actually like their chili. Yeah, I actually like their chili. When they actually give me some with stuff in it.
Yeah, well, Wendy's, I haven't been to Wendy's in probably shit. Let's see, at least 10 years, if not a little bit longer. Yeah, their chili
Well,
used to actually
I
be
haven't ate
good.
their chili that long too. So I think I was pregnant with my son because that's when I remember
Mhm.
eating it with the frosty and fries. I would like mix all three
Yeah,
together and eat.
that's some good stuff.
That
I'm
is
not gonna
good.
deny it. Chocolate frosty, because I think that
Yeah.
used to be the only frosty they made.
But now they got all kind of different kind. Like this is one real close to my house. They made cream soda ones and stuff with vanilla. Oh, they had caramel. They had a caramel frosty. Oh, that one was fire. Oh, they had a
It's so
pineapple. That
weird.
one was fire too. Oh my god. Oh.
I've never been a fan of chocolate shakes, but I would eat a chocolate frosty. I don't know what it was, but yeah, that chili and you're probably I bet you're not even old enough to remember this. There was a Wendy's, and I think it used to be a lot of different Wendy's, but there was a Wendy's in Virginia Beach um that had a salad bar. That salad bar was the bomb. Like they used to keep those, there was no wilted lettuce in a Wendy's salad bar. That shit used to
Mhm.
be good.
I don't remember
So
them. Oh, it was a long. I was like in elementary school. Now that I think about it,
yeah,
yeah,
we're
the one
talking mid
I'm
90s,
talking
mid to
about
late
had one.
90s.
Yeah, I was in elementary school because I remember going in there playing with the dressing. Because didn't they have
What, the
dressing that was
dressing packets?
it was like in those cafe carafe things? Their dressings they used to have like it was like a little circle
Oh
thing like
yeah.
but then they had a carafe. It was white because I still remember the French. It was like French or something else. I was mixing them together. Ended up
Yeah, okay.
liking what I was mixing together, but my favorite buffet has always been Pizza Hut. Their salad bar or Godfather's Pizza. We used to have that. That was the best one we
Oh,
ever had.
really?
That
I didn't think anybody outside the South ever knew about Godfathers. Godfathers,
man, they had the
I
best pizza.
still
We
I
got two of
still
them still
crave
here.
that pizza. I still
Man, I used
crave
to
that
work there.
Godfather's
That was like
pizza.
one of my
Did you
first
really?
jobs. That was one of my first jobs. I was a sophomore in high school. I ain't gonna tell you how I got fired though, but yeah, That was my favorite job. And I used to make
Well,
my
you
own
know,
pizza.
I
That's why I
think
stopped eating meat altogether. I stopped eating it there because they used to leave theirs out. Like they had it in that cooler thing where you can at the prep station, but that thing used to lose power all the time, or somebody would unplug it, and that's how I stopped eating meat on pizza. I would eat meat on pizza. I still don't. And then I don't eat pork, so I really don't got no choices because the chicken be rubbery and nasty.
well, just out of curiosity, what made you stop um, eating pork?
It was for religious reasons,
I see.
but I'm not in that religion anymore. I'm more
Mhm.
spiritual now. I think the Bible's been altered, so
Well, there, I Godfather's Pizza because you remember Herman Cain? He's a black guy, Morehouse graduate. He actually was a mathematician or trained. He majored in math coming out of Morehouse. And he actually worked for NASA for a while. So he wound up being president of the Restaurant Association of America. He was CEO of Godfather's Pizza. And the connection is a guy that I graduated from 8th grade with, became like the manager of several Godfather's Pizza stores in Savannah. And you know, every now and
ooh,
again, we're talking
hey,
high
then nobody.
school or something. Mhm.
What's your favorite pizza that nobody else makes that Godfather makes? I got two.
Oh, I haven't had Godfathers in decades. I was gonna say, Godfathers had this oily quality about it. I think it was olive oil. It wasn't oily, but you could just kinda taste it was different.
Everything was fresh.
Um
And then you know what? They
Oh, yeah.
like to brush a lot of butter on their crust before they even bake it. And then when they get
Was
done
it
baking
olive
it, they put
oil?
more
I'm sorry, say
no,
what they
some
brush the
kind of
crust with?
butter sauce. It was like some kind
Really?
of
Maybe
buttery
that was it.
sauce.
Okay. That was
But
probably it.
my favorite pizza besides the taco pizza, because I really like the taco pizza, and then also when I was eating meat anyway. And then now if I go in there, I always get a whole veggie pizza. I want all the vegetables. And then my
Mhm.
most favorite is the cinnamon streusel pizza. Oh my god. I like have to get two or the one with cherries or apples on it. Oh my god. That's fire. And then I ask them to put extra icing. Mm.
Well, I'm not a dessert person, but I am gonna say this, people sleep on vegetable pizzas. They also sleep on, like, vegetable wraps.
Oh yes.
And I made tortillas, like fresh tortillas probably like 3 or 4 days ago, and I
Were
made a
they corn
sweet
or
salad.
flour?
They're
Corn or
flour.
flour?
Corn tortillas, I have masa. I rarely make corn tortillas, and I might have to do it soon. Corn tortillas are hard. Flour
Yeah.
tortillas are just easier to deal with.
You don't even really need no ingredients for real for flour tortillas. I'd have made them things
No,
back in the
you know what I use? Oh,
so many.
you're gonna love how I make corn tortillas. I use like shelf stabilized lard.
Oh no.
Those tortillas are great. They're better. You can make it with olive oil or just plain like neutral vegetable oil. But no,
Yeah, or
that
you can even use butter.
the lard makes those tortillas better.
I made it with butter
Probably
before.
use butter. Yeah, yeah. Butter would actually I've never tried that. I might try that next time I make tortillas.
Yeah,
But
especially
see,
Land O'Lakes. That's
the
my
problem
favorite.
with butter tortillas is I wanna eat all of them. Like, I usually
And
make,
I
like
eat them when they're raw too.
Yeah.
You know how
Yep.
I make mine? I make mine, especially if I have a gas stove. I make them straight on the flame.
I've seen that. So you kind of blister them or caramelize them or something?
Yeah, they cook. They will cook, and then they just get dark in circles. If you leave it too long, they will burn. But like I have
Yeah, I
a
don't
griddle in the middle of my stove, so I can make them on the griddle or
Right,
the burner.
okay. Well, I use a kamal, like a flat kind of metal, like it's kind of
Like
like a
a
griddle,
press.
but it's like real thin.
Oh, it's like a cast iron skillet.
No, it's a kamal. I think it's stainless steel. If you've ever seen a kamal, it's literally, you know what a pizza steel is, right?
The ones that you cut
Like
the
a
pizza with.
really
I
thin,
would have to.
it's like a griddle, except it's round and it's really thin.
Are you
So I
talking about that wood
so
thing that they be putting the pizza on and then throwing it in the oven and taking it back out? Like they use it like a
no.
spatula?
Here, let me
Oh.
find it for you. No, that's a peel, a pizza peel. Hold on, and they use it for bread too. Hold on one sec. Let me look this up. It's a Mexican thing. Um,
I really won't know because I am not from Mexico.
Here we go. It's well, they call it cookware.
I know. They used to use stones. That was the better way to cook, anyways.
So
But they
hey,
still use
stone
stones.
would work. You could use a pizza stone or something like that. Yep.
But we still use stones. They just
But
make them
this
in the pot.
is well, you could use any sort of pot. I just did it because I kind of like, I had this thing about authenticity. But you see this? It's just a flat piece of iron, and you can
Oh yeah,
cook
that's like a
anything.
skillet. I have one like that. It almost, but mine it flutes out almost like a wok. A wok.
Yeah, woks are great too. You could use a wok.
I use mine for everything. I make my chili and I do all kind of stuff in it. Hey, when you was talking about being, hey, have you ever seen this movie called Dennis the Menace?
I think I have, but it was like years ago. Now, let me also tell you, there was a TV show that used
hmm
to come on like back in the 70s, like as a rerun. So
hmm
yeah, the movie was a thing, but there was actually a TV show that, like
Yeah, I remember.
Leave It to Beaver, sort of.
Yeah, the movie it came out in the 90s, like the late 90s. But on the movie, Dennis, he had blonde hair and he was just like always in the stuff like the TV show. And
Mhm.
Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Wilson had to watch Dennis the Menace for the weekend while the mom went on somewhere and the dad went somewhere else too. And he got captured by one of those homeless people. And he was in the park with him or wherever they was sleeping that night, and the dude was cooking beans in his little pot thing. And Dennis the Menace accidentally dropped the handcuff key that he had handcuffed that man. I don't know how that boy got him to let him handcuff that man. I don't know. I'm high. Don't just ignore me.
Well, I am so honored that you came up here to hear me high.
Yeah, me too. You don't listen to any bullshit that I say, Stanley. How dare you?
Well, no, I was actually I was watching something earlier about this lady who wrote a book, and the topic is basically dating reset in your 40s. And she, I thought it was a good thing. So you might want to go back and replay the show. Um, I actually
Her voice.
appreciated. Hmm?
Oh, I was just what her voice sounds like.
Whose
I'm
voice?
sorry, I'm listening. Can you back Sin 7
Oh, have you ever heard her voice?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm interested because you're kind of in the age range. I think she's in the age range, and I appreciated how she approached it
Mhm.
compared to a lot of the stuff that you'll hear on these YouTube streets. And I think the main reason I appreciated the approach is she seemed to understand that most Black Americans don't grow up in the hood. And, a lot of these YouTube folks don't seem to understand that the center of American Black culture, if you want to call it that, is not in the hood. It's just simply not. We don't have hood values. Nightish, I'll just pick on him since he likes to pick on me. To me, a 56-year-old man acting like Tupac is Plato is just outright weird.
He didn't act like
Nightish.
Tupac.
Oh, absolutely he does. I don't know how many times I've heard him say, well, like Tupac says.
But that's not acting like he's Plato. You can reference people with bodies of art. It doesn't
And
matter where it came from.
I think
Stanley,
well,
you're
you and I are just gonna have to disagree on that.
That's
I've never.
bigotry.
Oh, how is it bigotry?
Because you think that just because of where it came from.
No,
is
I
beneath
think Nightish. Whoa, it might be not bigotry because all Black people aren't like Nightish.
Uncle Tom Cabin.
I just think
Cabin.
Nightish is. I think Nightish is ghetto, and I think a 56-year-old of 50.
Stanley.
What? Well, he can bring his ass up here.
Ghetto. I'll be ghetto. I think you like it.
I do like you. No, there is nothing. Look, all I'm saying, you're not 56.
But I'm 45. That's still too old to be acting like a nigga.
Well,
I didn't say the word. I said it.
I am going to say you are nowhere near acting the way Nightish does.
Yeah, he wild, but I love
And
Nightish.
I think you know how to code switch, but you know how to code switch. Nightish thinks what he does is like great.
I fit in everywhere. It's just I don't fit in everywhere, if that makes sense.
Well, Nightish fits in everywhere too, but not always
So he opened that
as
trap.
like the. Well,
Once
I
he
think
get annoyed,
sometimes.
it's a wrap.
Okay, and that's one of his problems. He's got thin skin. If you're gonna go, if half the fucking beatings Nightish gets, he causes. That's what I don't understand.
And some
It's
people
like
get
he'll say something
about him, so they just start shit. Because I hear that a lot.
I watched him on Trey the Truth Teller, and you remember that show? It was maybe last week where he's like, "Oh, they were picking on me. Oh, they were so mean." Dude, he tossed the first stone, and they just fucking didn't like the joke, and then they beat him up for it, and now he's the victim. Nightish should, and he's not going to change at 56, but he can call me Stan She all he wants, but the problem is Nightish. I don't have a fight with Nightish. He has a fight with me.
Sid said she's a karma chameleon. She comes and goes to and fro.
I hate to tell her it's not all about you. Be your karma chameleon. I'm lost as to the context. What does that even mean?
She can blend in till she got a recarving or karma on that tails.
Well, I think she's the most interesting woman in the world.
She is. She's always
Let's see, Indy. Oh, this is music. Indy. And I keep a bad bitch around, thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown hood. I don't even know what this means. Why did she even put it in my chat? Can you decipher this?
Yeah, that's to a rap song.
Is that Tupac?
I keep a bad bitch around. Long hair, yellow, white, wear brown. Hood nigga. It's a hood nigga. It's hood nigga. That's the name of the song. Go play it. Not go play it, Stanley. It's called
Oh
Hood
no,
Nigga.
I have wait.
Look it up.
Hey, let me help you out. I'm so old, I don't even know who sang it to find it.
You should have been young when this song came out, because this song came out like 15, 20 years ago.
You do know I'm 61, so I would have
Okay.
been in my 20s.
If I'm at 40 just now.
I'm sorry, I would have been in my 40s. I would have been in my 40s and busy on the mountain raising a family.
I don't remember hearing it 20 years ago because I was like in Florida, so I was listening to different kind of music. But it's not a reason why I shouldn't have heard it. Maybe I just don't remember it, but it's on one of my playlists, so that's how I know the song. Oh, Gorilla Zoe, thank you, CKJ, thank you, Sin
What'd he
7.
say?
I actually like that song a lot because that beat is just like I got beats by the pound. I like that song, but my favorite rap song, one of them anyway, if it's not C Murder, Down for My Niggas. If it's not Yellow Beezy, slow motion or motion period, anything Yellow Beezy.
Well, let me
don't
respond.
That's my favorite song.
Let
with
me
Yellow Beezy.
respond. Let me respond to my buddy CKJ3. I had no clue Jay-Z was my same age. I honestly, like growing up in the 80s and 90s, I had no idea he was. Is he really 61?
He probably is. 'Cause I know he's hella older
Damn.
than Beyonce. He was in his 30s when she was
Well,
like 70.
all I have to say is congratulations to him. She's still a good-looking woman. So
Oh, that's not congratulations. He stole his prize. Well, he basically controlled her whole narrative, and she liked it. So
hey, I do not know. I don't know the narrative.
That's a dad that helped her. When your dad don't help you, they be like, I don't want to teach it again. I don't like dads and brothers like that. That's
Well,
telling players.
all I have to say is I like Solange better.
They're both really beautiful, and they both have great
my
talent.
Lord,
But
that woman.
And she could. All she had to do was fall in line with Beyonce. You would have just thought she was a little mini me.
I like the way. I actually, believe this or not, I actually own one of her albums. I haven't heard it.
I bet with the first one, that first one where talking
where
about Tony.
her hair is just like.
I'm gonna play this right now. I need to sing that song right now. I'm about to get that. What's the name of that song where she's singing about Tony Stanley?
I have no
to
clue.
look too hard. I got a story about Tony too.
Oh, okay. So he's not. Okay. Khan says that JC's a bit earlier. Younger. He's right around 55, 56, 57 range.
I liked a lot of Shines. I even like P. Diddy. I liked him in the early 90s, mostly in the 90s, but after the two situation, I didn't.
Who's PD? Oh, P. Diddy?
I liked Puff Daddy.
I couldn't name you a P. Diddy song. I just somehow or another missed all of that.
Huh? What? But my favorite people was 112 though. Oh my God, I was so in love with them. What are you doing, Stanley?
Hold on one sec. Something is. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. I had another tab playing, but anyway, I just missed that whole, like the last time I was really into rap, and it's gonna be horrible when I say it, would be something like 2 Live Crew or Naughty by Nature or something like that.
Oh, I do.
I
Hey,
was
nothing but a hoochie mama, hood rat, hooch mama. What?
And you know what's so funny?
What?
I didn't even know. I knew about Two Live Crew because they got banned from Providence, Rhode Island. They were going to do a concert in Providence, Rhode Island. And I was over in Newport. Not like I was going to see the show, but it was a big deal. You know, it made the news and all that. So about maybe 5 years later, I was dating this woman. You know, she had 2 kids and all this stuff, but she was pretty cool. And she was like, well, she started singing something like, you know, just basically teasing me, like, you know, hey, I want a pussy. That's like a well, no. It was she was quoting a Two Live Crew song, and I'm like, what? Because she was teasing me. So I'm like, what are you saying? Oh, and she was like, well, you never heard the song? No, I never heard the song. So, you know, we were just kind of, you know, sitting in the kitchen listening to this. I'd never heard that shit before, but you know, she had that kind of sense of humor. We were. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to find out, was that song on the original Friday soundtrack? Because I remember the CD being yellow and had a blunt on it. I think it was. No, why are you laughing?
Well, no, I'm thinking of my then girlfriend going, what a fucking nerd. You know, I knew she was thinking it.
Why is it blacked out on that? Oh my God. I went on YouTube Music. YouTube Music has the soundtrack on there. All right. It got Friday, Keep Their Heads Ringing, Friday Night with Scarface, and then Let Niggas Know. And then Roll It Up, Light It Up by Cypress Hill. Gone. Like it's grayed out. Like that's one of the best songs on the soundtrack. Then Take a Hit by Mac 10. I don't even know what that is. All I know is Backyard Boogie, and that's it. And then it says, You Got Me Wide Open, Boosie Collins. Who cares? I don't like his little self anyway. Rick James, Mary Jane is grayed out. Oh my God. Rolls Royce. I want to get grayed out. Funk Dubious. Superheroes? I don't know. Alcoholics, Coast to Coast. I don't remember that song either. Blast If I Have To. Ooh, put that on my playlist. Yes, I like that song. That's when Big Worm, when they thought they was shooting, doing a drive-by. You remember that movie?
Which movie?
Why they played that song out here?
I was busy in the 90s a lot. A lot of it I was out of the country. I wasn't, you know.
Why would they
So it
take
goes.
Roger off of here? Oh my God. I forgot all about that. They don't know what good song. And A Thin Line Between Love and Hate had a good soundtrack in the 90s too. You was an adult. You should have liked that music. Oh yeah, I
No,
forgot.
well, that song didn't come out in the 90s. That was like back in like the 70s. There's a thin line between love and hate. No, that's got to be a remake.
I'm talking about the soundtrack only. That's all I'm talking about.
I've heard you mention it, Sin. I've never heard it. Drop a link if you want me to hear it. I'm definitely willing.
I seen somebody else write Jungle. Maybe it was Sin.
Yeah, well, she's the most interesting woman in the world. So if she's into a band, I will at least give it a listen.
She got a reason. I see Sin listening to like Melissa Etheridge and Stevie Nicks and
wait, Sin? She probably does.
Elton John.
But let me say this though.
Mr. Big. Ooh, I like Mr. Big. Do you know who Mr. Big is?
No.
Dang.
But let me also say this though. A lot of rap groups has sampled
Can I
Stevie
play one of their
Wonder
songs?
all
Can
the
I
time.
play one of their
No,
songs? Stanley?
not unless you want to get a copyright strike, and I don't
I doubt it. This
necessarily
song
want
came out
to.
like in the 80s. Huh?
Oh, my darling.
Oh,
Copyrights
my
never go
darling.
away.
Time. Oh,
Are you gonna sing it yourself or actually play the music?
I was about to, but you didn't. You told me no.
No.
That's not how you sing a song. That's what you
If
were
you're
saying. So I was
actually gonna play it from a device that broadcasts music over the channel, no, it'll get a copyright strike. I mean, you can play it for like 2 seconds, but that's about it.
okay.
And
Let me get to the part
I
I
don't have
noticed.
the patience to stop it every whatever. And music being copyrighted music, it's extremely digital. They'll pick up like 2 or 3 bits or beats. All right.
Okay,
Well,
you ready?
wait,
You
didn't you
ready?
just play it?
You heard it?
I did hear it.
Oh, I thought I had my mic on mute. Oh, I'm sorry. I was getting to the
Oh,
part where
I'll survive. I'm not overly worried, but I don't understand the digital part about what gets picked up
it
and what
wasn't
doesn't.
ass speak radio. How dare you? Don't talk about good music on good music when you hear.
Well, don't be messing with Speak Radio. He kind of
He
knows
knows I
music.
like
Do you
speak radio.
Speak Radio actually has like I've heard him and T go at each other over music, and some of this stuff I didn't even know. So,
Oh yeah,
all right.
that Speedwagon. That's what she listened to. Arrow Speedwagon. Ain't that the name of it? Or they,
Whoa, REO Speedwagon.
oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's
like
them.
that's like 80s.
I said that's the kind of music Sin likes. She likes the
Well,
soft rock.
I imagine Sin likes a lot of different types. Sin is I have to give her some credit.
I just figured that you said I like those things though.
Yeah, well, you seem like don't limit yourself to one type of music. Like
Oh, I definitely don't. I just don't like hollering and screaming gospel. I'll even listen to the Elvis channel. I got that
there's
just
some
for
gospel. There's some gospel that's ridiculously good.
but
Good
it's some
music
that's
is good music.
ridiculously bad when you don't know what the hell they're singing about and you sleep. Like we have this radio station called 103 Jam. On Saturday night, if I go to sleep with the radio on, I will wake up to all that hooping and hollering in my dreams. Do you know how many freaking nightmares I had off of those? No, I've never.
So it didn't inspire you to go to church?
Absolutely not. Bad things happen at church.
You know what? On that beautiful hair and that cute face, I could see a big church hat.
I'm about to hate
with
that
a big
I'm
feather.
about to sing you to the tone, okay?
It'd be sanctified Tamika.
You want to talk to Willie Stan?
Dude, I don't even Willie?
I'm just playing. That's what my tone's name is. Willie Tone. Tone.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Oh, sorry. My fat girl is coming out.
Are you? That's surprising.
I am humongous. I weigh like 700 pounds.
Well, I have to say, I can't tell. You've got your
don't
face
know.
isn't fat.
Well, I showed the top half of my body just the other day on Nightish channel. And then he goes,
Oh, I don't watch Nightish every minute of every day.
he's like, show me again. And I was like, no, what I look like.
Well, can I say this? And this is where I would never ask you to show it again. I don't
I
even
know
get where
it
these
was like
folks
a
come from.
flash.
Well,
Lamar was
let
like,
me just
you
say
know what
this
Lamar
though.
was saying?
Let me
Lamar
hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. You are 45 with kids. What does he want? And the worst thing is odds on bet he weighs more than you. Who the fuck is
Lord,
he to
don't
be
compare
talking
us
about
together.
who the fuck is Nitish to be talking about a woman's weight?
He never talked about weight. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me sort it out for you because apparently you didn't pick up what I was putting down.
You said he
You
don't
called
have the right.
yourself oh, hold on. I know you're high, but just take a deep breath that doesn't involve smoke in your lungs. Just take a deep breath and relax.
Did you hear
You
it? I had to
made
slow down.
oh, hold on. You made a critique of your body. You said and I'm just like, well, are you fat? Use your word. There you go.
Shut up, Stanley.
Oh wait, hold it. Am I confusing you?
Let's talk about something else. I don't want to talk about my body.
Okay, well, you pick the topic, but what I need you to do is always be calm when you bring up the topic because I'm not high.
But I am calm. I'm just like
I
very
am
giggly.
no,
I don't
I'm
know
not.
how
Stanley is not high, Tamika.
But you be drunk, no, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? Drunk is not the same thing as high, Tamika, now is it?
Hey, it's still putting bullshit in your body now.
Oh, Tamika, you didn't answer the question.
What nutrition does your alcohol give you? Tell me. Tell me now. Tell me now. Tell me now.
I'm sorry, what nutrition?
Yes, what nutritional value are you throwing
Do
back a
you
24
actually
package?
think I look to alcohol as nutritional?
I'm just asking you a question.
No. Let me interrogate your question. Do you actually think
No,
I
you don't
open
get
a
to
do you think
answer.
I confuse Coors Light with a V8? I'm sorry to tell you this. Coors Light is not my main nutrition. That's why I cook dinner, dear. So are there any more questions about do I look to hell no. Beer is beer.
I cannot drink
Salad is
V8 for
salad.
nothing.
Oh, dude, look, I fuss at my son. Like, we cook like green vegetables and we eat balanced meals in this house. We also wash our hands when we take out the trash.
Awesome. Since the kids has been gone for the summer, I had to take out the trash last week. I was so proud of
Oh,
myself.
how long are they gonna be gone?
I don't know. I just needed a break. And then school literally just let
Were they
out
with
like
your parents or your husband? Or I'm
with,
sorry,
no,
your
with the dad.
well, good.
I'm just
How's
trying
he
to
doing? Is he coping?
cope with. He said it's easy.
Well, sometimes it is like sometimes, and I noticed this, like, every now and again my son would, stay at, like my sister's house for a weekend. And
They're just being
we
to me. I just want to talk to him. I want to talk, not
oh
necessarily
well,
every
he's not
day.
letting you talk to them?
He's only limited how many times I can call.
Oh,
I
now
wanted
that's
to talk every
unacceptable.
day. I wanted to talk every day, but he be acting like they be
Well,
having
let
so.
me ask you a question though, and this is just a question. I'm certainly not making judgment. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. How about
You're right.
you maybe every other day? Now, I don't know. I don't honestly, like it was something I had to get used to, and I'm in a slightly different situation. But like, I had to get used to my son. Like, fuck, he never calls. Every now, and he's actually better this year. This past year he was a sophomore. He was a freshman before then. Dude, he just kids don't use the phone and they barely text. Now he's actually here, like across the hall doing whatever he does, but that's part of, and your kids are fairly young and you're still fairly young, but I'm telling you what's going to happen. Kids will always love you. They'll think about you, but they're not going to necessarily call you every day. It's just the way it is. And I didn't with my parents either. You might have to get over it. Now, I am not a mother. I'm a father of a boy. So this is not advice as much as, trying to relate as much as I can.
Well, I never had a father in the household. I never raised my children with the father here, like, in one household ever. So this is very different. And I always wanted that, but I didn't get that.
Well, do they seem okay?
They
Your
seem
children.
extremely carefree, like they just don't have a care in the world.
Well, hold on one sec before you get too far. It's a vacation. They'll be calling you in a week.
Yeah, when they want some money, because that's what they did to me. I had to give them $320. That was a lot of money. I didn't have that to just give away right there. How come I can't prepare? Child support, you get time to prepare.
Do you think all your kids want is your money?
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, in a week or two, they're gonna want. They're
That's the
gonna
only
be
time
calling
they
you,
was talking.
They're gonna be calling you, and then you're gonna be mad with them. Like, when can we come back home?
No, I want to go on a vacation.
Oh, you don't? No, you're gonna want to let them come back. Like, I missed you
They
anyway.
can be home alone. I'm going on a vacation. Don't not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monkey stop no show over here. No, I'm going on a vacation. I'm gonna get me time.
Well, good. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I think these children are gonna whip you back into shape.
I wish
They'll be
somebody
like,
would.
yeah, money's not enough. We want to come home.
I'd be like, how now?
They love you, Tamika, whether you like it or not.
Hell no. We won't go.
Hey, wait till they get a you got daughters, right?
I got 1 and 1.
Okay, 1 and 1. Well, wait till that boy goes, Mom. I miss you, Mom.
His voice sounds just like mine, Stanley. Ooh, I wish he was here right now.
Well, no, I didn't mean to sound like Mike. Look, my son, until he was like into high school, he had kind of a high voice, with sing song. His voice actually, if you hear a recording of it, it actually does. For some reason or another, my brother, my son, and my voice, they all sound kind of, like in the same what'd you call it? Tone range or whatever. But I remember it, and you don't notice the transition. You just kind of, it changes a little bit over, a bit of time. Dad,
his voice is
I love you, Mike. It's gonna, dude, and you're gonna love it. By the way, you're just gonna go, oh.
I'm gonna still remember
Woman,
baby.
stop denying the obvious. You miss them. You're talking shit about vacation. I know
I
someone
want
like
my
you.
kids to
And,
go
and let
on
me
vacation.
put it to you this way. I don't know you that well, but I hear how you move on these panels. I hear how often you're on these panels all of a sudden, by the way.
Because we're bored.
You're just
Okay.
bored as fuck. You're bored as fuck.
Shut up.
I was
I
too.
ain't talking
Wait.
to you no more, Stanley. So how
Well,
dare you sit
don't be
there and
mad.
scream at me?
I'm
Yeah,
just
huh?
I'm just
You just
teasing you
making
a
me
little bit.
mad.
My bad. I didn't mean to make you mad.
I'm not, well, you're just making me sad. And then I'm gonna
Oh, don't be sad.
cry.
You better be enjoying your time because they'll be back. School is right around the corner. But seriously, Tamika, let me tell you something. And it's gonna happen sooner rather than later, like in the next 10 years, let's just say. It took me probably like from when my son actually left, shit, it was like I remember that first month or two, and I was online at the time. I was just kind of like, well, fuck, what am I gonna do? I was lost. I literally had to impose a schedule on myself. Like I will wake up, I had to block, and not that I have to set a schedule, like, do something in a calendar like Google Calendar. But dude, when your kids are away and you really love them and your life is about them, it is a little discombobulating. I'll use that word, and it actually is a word. Like what am I gonna do while they're away? And after 2, 3, 4 months, you'll figure it out.
Well, no, a few months. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about me, dear. Like my son
Oh,
goes to
okay.
college, and I know he's not gonna be back till Christmas.
No. Okay.
So I'm just
Well,
trying
I'm
to
not
prepare
here.
you. I'm trying to prepare you for
I
the
don't
inevitable.
feel good right. Well, I don't need to be prepared, Dad.
Yes, ma'am. You don't need to be prepared, but I'm just trying to talk to you and just, calm you down. Take a
Well, you're
puff,
making
puff,
it worse,
pass.
Bubba.
If
You're bringing
I've
that
made it
shit I didn't
worse.
want to hear. Yes.
Now I'm sad. Now I'm sad. I'm sorry. I truly apologize.
Sure. Went out.
But you should be proud. What else do parents do but prepare their kids to be adults? Oh my God, really? They're not gonna be little kids forever, man. What are you, a turkey?
I'm gonna tell you to that shit. Shut up, Stanley. Talk about something else.
Well, ma'am, I apologize.
Okay, what happened to the video? Let's go back to the video.
Oh no! All of a sudden, you need a change.
I should just
Well,
stop.
this is gonna bore you to death.
Okay,
This,
I'll just
ma'am, this is Kimberly Crenshaw. She is literally a law professor at UCLA, Harvard graduate under Derek Bell, of all people. She basically invented the idea of intersectionality and formalized it in books. And the topic is the woman who invented intersectionality. She's actually important. And if you are into any form of Black culture or anything like that, this is a woman that the Nidishes and the Cellulites and the Sharons, they have no fucking clue who she is, and they should. She's actually important, in the flow of American culture, cultural criticism, cultural history, etc. And that Black people don't know who she is, in my opinion, malpractice. If you want to talk about Black culture and you don't know who Kimberly Crenshaw is, you're uneducated, unlettered, malpracticing. So that's my opinion. And of course, it's bigoted to use Tamika's word about me.
Sometimes think the far right sees more value in our history, in our concepts, in the knowledge that came out of our presence in knowledge producing institutions than we do, because they're spending a lot of effort and a lot of money and a lot of time trying to erase it. You don't try to erase something that's not valuable or that's inert.
There are a few concepts which have been popularized to the extent, weaponized to the extent, and demonized to the extent as intersectionality. It has come to mean everything from thinking about race, class, and gender at the same time to creating a new inverted hierarchy where white men are at the bottom and those of us who happen to be brown and female at the same time are sitting at the top. Well, instead of just debating the concept and the word, its uses and misuses, I thought I would talk instead to the woman who invented it. Kimberly Crenshaw is a legal scholar whose work on critical race theory and intersectionality has literally been era-defining. Now, as well as her work in the legal field, she is now the author of a memoir called Backtalker, which charts her upbringing through the civil rights era, her losses, her loves, and her participation in the field of politics. Now, this was an absolutely mammoth recording. I don't know where we're going to end up with the edit, but we spoke for 2 hours without a break. So hydrate, get a snack, and lock in. I hope you enjoy it. Kimberly Crenshaw, welcome to Downstream.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here.
We were just talking before we went live, and you were talking about being in Europe and being in France and being in Italy and being in Portugal. And you said something about the way in which your Blackness was being, I think, metabolized was the word you used. I'm so fascinated by that.
Well, I came here a couple years ago to get away from the United States to actually think more clearly in writing the memoir. And so I went to a lot of my favorite places, Italy, Portugal, France. And I noted the difference in the way people engaged me. In France, it wasn't so much that I was seen as an interloper, or, I think there was a familiarity. There was probably a presumption about where I was from, probably one of the former colonies. And it wasn't until I did not speak French that people sort of, raised their eyebrows. Oh, she must be American. In Italy, I was in Florence, and so there were very few Black people.
But there's
there.
a lot of Americans in Florence.
There's a lot of Americans, but not necessarily a lot of Black Americans. So there we have are you read as one of the few from, the continent, the African continent, or are you read as, a tourist of some indeterminate space? But I can tell you that in Italy, I had been invited to an academic conference at the European Institute. And that's a beautiful not little campus. It's sort of spread out in various villas on this beautiful hill. And so I got the information and climbed up to this place and, go into this huge facility and climb the stairs and open this big door. Clearly, you have to know where you're going to show up at this conference. I get there, and they're just breaking for lunch. Now, mind you, I'm a visiting professor from Columbia University, and I've been invited to this conference that was on migrants So I go to get my plate for lunch, and I'm putting food on the plate, and a porter comes and he's speaking to me in Italian, like waving his finger in my face. I have no idea what he's saying, but he's obviously not happy to have me there. And so I just sort of keep moving to the table, and he actually comes and puts his hands on the plate and tries to move it.
If anyone gets in a tug of war with me over food, they will lose.
And this one definitely lost. That's the one thing I will fight about as much as anything else.
Oh yeah, you'll lose a finger.
Do not take my food. So we're doing this back and forth, and finally he gives up and goes to talk to, I guess, whoever it was who had dispatched him to come and, intercept me. Turns out this is the organizer of the conference. And after some embarrassing back and forth, he finally comes over to me and apologizes, and says, "It's not what you think." And I said, "Well, what do I think?" Right? What do I think?
And I bet this conference organizer, when you hit him with, and what do you think? It's just going, please, will the ground swallow me up right now?
Yes,
I do not want to give an answer to this question.
Because it's clear that they saw me as somebody who had stumbled into that space. Now, how you stumble over the river and through the woods and up to the villa you go is beyond me. But that was an easier thing for them to infer than the fact that I was the Columbia law professor who was coming to a conference on migration. It was just sort of out of their realm of possibility.
I mean, so I think that in this one anecdote, you've hit on something which I think is going to come all the way through this discussion, which is the relationships between race, gender, class, and also the sort of the way in which so much of our understanding of racism in the UK has come from thinking about America and has come from consuming American theorists and thinking about American history, and the ways in which, with greater and lesser degrees of success, we've tried applying it to an understanding of our particular colonial history and colonial afterlife. But I think it's all there in that story that you told.
No, yeah. And I think, interestingly enough, the instinct to deny it that my colleague expressed. And I will also say there was another scholar there who knew me and did not intervene at all in this very, testy moment. Tells me a lot about how the particulars of race and racism and marginalization may change from space to space, but the instinct to deny it or to not see it or to not feel implicated by it, that seems to me to be more universal, where racial orders are established. You kind of expect there to be some dimension of it that brings in people who are not the executors of it, but don't want to get involved in it. And those are the characters and the dynamics that actually I spend more of my time thinking about than the one who wanted to grab my plate.
I mean, it reminded me. So I've got a story which is sort of like this, which is, it was the day of my graduation, and I had the fucking hat and the gown, and I was waiting outside the sort of, there was a square where the ceremony was taking place. I was waiting outside for my mom and for my grandma, and three professors who were from my department, English literature. They thought I worked there, and they started shouting at me because I didn't know the answer to their question. And then after a while, I was like, "Oh, I don't. You think I work here?" And then they looked really embarrassed. And
wow.
And then afterwards, at the drinks thing, they, because I told my mum and my grandma about it. My grandma at this point does not give a fuck. So,
I like your grandma.
She did not give a fuck. So they come up and they say, "Oh, we're very sorry, but you just looked very efficient the way in which you were standing there." And my grandma was like, "Oh, I didn't know that was a synonym for brown." She just didn't care.
Oh.
But I think about this story, and I think about, so many people like me have a story like that. And by me, what I mean is, women of color with enough social mobility to get you into these elite spaces. And so many of us have a story of, I was mistaken for the cleaner, I was mistaken for the porter, I was mistaken for the caterer. And I wonder if there is a part of us in thinking about ourselves and our experiences that we kind of neglect what would it actually be like to be the cleaner, to be the caterer, to be the porter, right? There's a sort of way in which we go, well, my own marginality kind of obscures class in the way in which I'm reflecting on it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the reality is that there's been, I think, so much denial about the relevance of racial exclusion for those who are not working class, that there's an overperformance of the claim, here is, racism pure and simple. So, there was this moment when, who was it? Oprah Winfrey.
When she was being denied the expensive handbag.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Because, she didn't look like she could afford it. So that story went viral, of course, because how are you, what else can you say to defend the exclusion of a billionaire other than her appearance was connected to a presumption around class? So that traveled around the world. The person who doesn't even try to go to buy the designer handbag because she can't afford it, even though she works harder than those who can, that's a story that doesn't get told because that's a hierarchy that pretty much everybody accepts. So the real difficulty that I think these stories tell us or present for us is, how do you continue to be able to identify racism that is pure and simply based on how you look, while not regularizing, normalizing the class intersections with that? And that is something that intersectionality tries to attend to. It is our failure to do that more successfully is why there's this, is it race, is it class, without what are the class dimensions that race produces. That's what got us to critical race theory.
If you've tuned into Downstream recently, you'll know that we're running a pretty major fundraiser. We're moving into a bigger office, a custom-built bespoke unit with hopefully better soundproofing. But more space means more money, and we need your help to take this big swing as we move into Navara 3.0. Navara 1.0, we hardly had any space. We would work out of a Costa Coffee in London Bridge, and when we finally got some office space in Peckham behind a B&M bargain warehouse, we were literally sweating through our clothes because it turns out we accidentally built the set in a way which covered up the access to the radiator. Navara 2.0 is what you can see all around you right now. It's our office space, it's our studio, but we have sadly, or luckily, however you want to look at it, outgrown it. Navara 3.0 is going to allow us to do so much more. More podcasts, more live streams, more space for our journalists to work on the news and the reporting that really matters to you. And as ever, we can't do any of this without you. If you could set up a direct debit for £1 a month, £2 a month, you're going to help keep us resilient, independent of corporate interests, and able to bring you the kinds of stories that you really care about. So support a new media, help build a different politics. Go to navara.media/support and set up a direct debit today. Well, Tara, let's start with intersectionality.
Sure.
A word often used, perhaps less often understood by people who are invoking it.
Yeah.
What is intersectionality and how did you first alight upon the term?
Well, I'll start with what it's not, because I think that's what travels most aggressively around the world. It's not identity politics on steroids. That's sort of the the sort of the big one. It's not a religion. It is not a prism designed to create a new pariah class out of straight white men. And it's not an abstract concept that comes from the Frankfurt School. I mean, these are all the things that have traveled around. What intersectionality was, when I first articulated it, was simply a remedial metaphor that was meant to help judges understand why Black women, when they were bringing cases of discrimination, had a legitimate cause to bring forward. Judges had been saying something like, Black women, you can't bring a case of discrimination as a Black woman, because first you have to show that the company practices race discrimination, and you can't, because they do hire Black people who are men. And you can't bring a case of gender discrimination because the company does hire women who are white. So what they weren't understanding, which seemed crazy to me, is that Black women can experience race and gender discrimination in ways that are different and distinct from the way that men experience race discrimination or white women experience gender discrimination. They just weren't getting it. So effectively, they were seeing race as one avenue and gender as another, and they were parallel in the court's view, not interactive. And the courts basically said that the law mandated that the analysis be parallel rather than intersecting. And it just didn't make sense to me that these very clever judges couldn't figure out something that, most women of color had figured out, since they were girls. So what's the connection that I could help facilitate between the experiences that I knew to be real and the legal analysis that created this fantasy that these things were separate and distinct? So my mind often moves in pictures and metaphors and analogies. I thought, what kind of analogy is most familiar to these guys that I could say, just like this is what this case is about. So, coming to work every day, they have to pass through an intersection where they're on roads that are traveling, the traffic on them, it might be going in multiple directions at the same time. Imagine a race road, imagine a gender road, and imagine those who are subject to the traffic on both of those at the same time. That's what these cases are trying to raise for you. So initially, it was just it was like training wheels, on their bikes. Like, this is going to help you understand these cases better.
I love the idea that the way you explain things to American men is, imagine a car.
Yeah, you're in a car. Exactly. And it did, it jumped the rails, frankly. It started out in law, but it moved beyond the academic study of law and the theorization about how to think more concretely about discrimination to other disciplines. And then from other disciplines to the human rights communities. And from there, it had more of a global traveling.
How do you feel about that? Like, when it jumped the rails from legal scholarship into politics and culture and political organizing, did you want to sort of like clamp the baby reins on it and say, no, this applies here? Or were you sort of like, oh no, it's doing useful work out here in these fields?
Initially, I had no idea that it was traveling. My experience of it was like being in a cave and saying hello, and you just get the echo back of your own voice, right? And partly because it was in the law. There aren't a lot of people who say, oh, I think I want to read the Harvard Law Review today. I mean, it's just, you're lucky if you get a couple thousand reads. Really lucky. So I wasn't aware that it had gotten pickup until many years after it had after I'd written some of those articles. So my initial reaction was, oh, great. There are people who are using the framework to paint or draw a picture. I often say, look, we all are trying to grapple with this elephant. This is the part of it I can see. What can you see?
Mhm.
And so people were using it to describe lots of patterns of discrimination and, importantly, the failure of conventional ways of thinking about equality to address those. So that was exciting for the couple years that was what was coming back. Then things got a little bit more complicated. And I think the complication actually started from interactions with other feminists
Mhm.
in Europe who were adapting intersectionality to deal with how they thought inequality was playing out here.
And how are they adapting it?
So one of the big things they were doing was taking race out of it.
Mhm.
Like, we don't have that here, which was interesting.
It's going to be like, we invented it.
Yeah, there is that.
I was going to be like, this is European erasure.
And just to put a pin on that, that came to me in a conference in Germany, in which there was like a fascinating debate at a conference called Celebrating Intersectionality, and it had acquired a question mark after the title in the development of the conference. So eventually,
it's very academic,
yeah,
by the placement of the punctuation.
Right at the end, like a question. I was like, okay, we can talk about it. And in the debates in the conference, there were some really, to the mat conversations about how many intersections are there? How many? And so one person would say, well, there are 11. And another would say something, a different number. Yeah. And I couldn't understand what the rules of the game were, because in my view, you can't answer that question in the abstract. It's not a grand social theory that has predictive elements to it. It's a prism for reading concrete situations. So tell me the situation.
Okay, let me just give a quick thing, and I'll put together, a couple things that I've read and some things I haven't read. You got to start with Derek Bell, and the best place to start with Derek Bell, who's credited with CRT, though he never used the name, and Kimberly Crenshaw is pretty much, this lady on the screen is pretty much, who kind of fleshed it all together. But Derek Bell's biography, career, and his writings, and they are available. Most of them will be articles, but he's written couple books too. That's where you start. Go to Richard Delgado next. He and I can't remember his writing partner's name. I think they were at the University of Alabama. That's where you go next. I do not agree. I think by the time it gets to Delgado, Derek Bell did not, in my opinion, didn't expect this to escape the legal academy. Starting to apply it to a bunch of different fields outside the legal academy, I think, is almost like, the virus escaped containment. Kimberly Crenshaw is pretty good. I 100% agree with the intersectionality part. America is fucked up because it can't walk and chew gum. That's what intersectionality is trying to teach people to do. But oh well. And we'll just stop there. Crenshaw, Delgado, Derek Bell. That's really all you need to know. Maybe the man not. Ibram Kendi is important, but not the way most people will think he is. At least in my opinion, which is non-academic. I'm not an expert in any of this shit. However, those are the three. Delgado, Derek Bell first, Read all you can about him. There are YouTube videos if you want to watch him speak. Crenshaw, probably the crux. Delgado, good interpreter, but he leads into a place that I don't necessarily agree should be gone, because it led into this fucking far right uh Christopher Rufo interpretation of what CRT is. It's Christopher Rufo, where CRT wound up, say 5 or so years ago, racist as fuck. But, that's a different conversation. And you also need to read what Christopher Rufo writes about CRT. James Lindsay's another one who wants to connect it to the Frankfurt School. Dude, the disingenuous and racist as fuck. Especially if you know what Derek Bell's point was. These guys are racist as fuck. And all y'all who will read articles about CRT, no goddamn clue what CRT is. Do better.
Situation. And maybe we can debate how many different axes of power are coming together in that moment to create that particular problem. But it's not this sort of thing where you can debate in the abstract how many kinds of power, how many axes of power are there in the world. You can't do it like that. And so I was curious about why they wanted to do that. Like, what was the imperative that answering the question in the abstract was meant to address?
Do you want to see us in all three dimensions? We've got another Downstream IRL on the agenda. On the 22nd of June, Aaron Bastani will be joined by Mariana Mazzucato to discuss whether or not capitalism can be reformed. For the undercard, before the big fight, I'll be talking to John McDonnell about how Labour has fared in its recent, by then, by-election in Makerfield. So get your tickets. We'll be at Earth Hackney. You can get tickets online at Dice. I mean, look, I've got a theory about it.
You got a theory?
I've got a theory about it. My theory is this. Drawing less on intersectionality, which obviously emerges from legal scholarship, but thinking about identity politics as it was framed by the Combahee River Collective, is that they are anti-capitalist Black feminists who are saying our position at the bottom of the labour market gives us a sense of how this whole fucking machine is working, and that you've got these things operating simultaneously and at the same time. And over time, through the 1970s and the infiltration and the dismantling of Black radical movements, the rise of neoliberalism, the smashing to bits of trade union movements, of heavy industry, all these things which are engines for class consciousness, you have these radical ideas and terminologies, but where people are encountering it is in the university. Which becomes, particularly in this country, a holding pen for young people before you spit them out in a labour market that wants nothing to do with them, basically. And I think it was Barbara Smith in an interview maybe 10 years ago who said, when you encounter these ideas in a university, you take the identity and you leave the politics on the floor. So coming back to your point about abstraction, is that I think that there is a problem here where universities and academia more generally has become the sort of the custodian, the guardian of radical thought, because then it's all fucking abstract, right? And you've got people going, okay, but like imagine you've got a posh woman of color and then there's a homeless white guy, and who's got more privilege? And it's like,
yeah,
crazy question.
So I love that theory. And I think there is a lot of truth, especially to the idea that when you don't have the fuller political analysis of various forms of hierarchy, all you are left with is the identity signifiers. And I'll say even beyond that, the way intersectionality is received as an interrogation of identity, rather than as an interrogation of how structures of subordination actually interact. And that interaction has distributional impact on people who, because of the structure, are positioned in a way to receive that, makes it that much easier to simply reduce intersectionality to being about identity rather than being about power. Now, where I would go a little further in my story about the encounter in Europe is that
the Florentine encounter is how
there we are. The piece of the analytic that has to do with race and colonialism, and for the American part, enslavement, has never actually even been fully situated, even in the university. So it's not as though, and I would say in broader society as well, right? So if there hasn't been a moment of reckoning around those issues, if there hasn't been a widespread, all right, we have to at least acknowledge that this happened, then there's really nothing to erase. It's not there in the first place. So what I think I was reading from some of my feminist colleagues in Europe was class is something that they can wrap their heads around, and gender was something they could wrap their heads around. And there were intellectual projects, maybe not as centered clearly in the university, but there was a discourse around these that then intersectionality helped them bring together in a potential way of establishing a more complex analytic to deal with issues that have already been sort of understood. I think what I was getting was, we don't have scholars that are in the spaces we're in that are actually forcing the issue. And because the scholars are in some ways marginalized, it's very hard to get jobs in these institutions. So it's easier to say, we don't deal with that here, rather than to say, the fact that that is still such a feature of social life and academic life means that these issues have never really been as grounded and fronted in our various disciplines as they might otherwise be.
So I suppose, because I'm interested, I've come to accept this about myself. I don't like it about myself, but I've accepted it about myself. So I'm a fundamentally political creature. And so a lot of the time, my interaction with history and with theory and with forms of narration around those things, I'm going, well, how does this tie into a political project? What does this do to political possibility? And so when I think about reckoning with the histories of colonialism,
Oh my Lord, what is this? Sorry about this, folks.
are at the bottom, and those of us who happen to be
Click the
brown and
wrong
female
button.
at the same time are sitting at the top. Well, instead of just debating the concept and the word, its uses and misuses, I thought I would talk instead to the woman who invented it. Kimberly Crenshaw is a legal scholar whose
Don't
work
click the
on
wrong
critical
button,
race
folks.
theory and I mean, look, I've got a theory about it.
You got a theory?
I've got a theory about it. My theory is this. Drawing less on intersectionality, which obviously emerges from legal scholarship, but thinking about identity politics as it was framed by the Combahee River Collective, is that they are anti-capitalist Black feminists who are saying our position at the bottom of the labor market gives us a sense of how this whole fucking machine is working, and that you've got these things operating simultaneously and at the same time. And over time, through the 1970s and the infiltration and the dismantling of Black radical movements, the rise of neoliberalism, the smashing to bits of trade union movements, of heavy industry, all these things which are engines for class consciousness, you have these radical.
It's a weird thing with a couple sets of my earbuds. If you don't like, they feel like they're about to fall out of your ear. If you just push them in, there's a button, like a recessed button, that controls video on the computer. One tap will send it to the next video. 2 taps will, send it to the last video. That's the button I'm talking about.
Ideas and terminologies, but where people are encountering it is in the university, which becomes, particularly in this country, a holding pen for young people before you spit them out in a labor market that wants nothing to do with them, basically. And I think it was Barbara Smith in an interview
Oh, and by the way,
maybe 10 years
let
ago
me,
who said,
because it's
when
been
you
a
encounter these
let's do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, it is what it is, especially on Sundays. I'm enjoying hearing this because it's the first time I rarely review videos before I actually show them. So we go, like it or don't, subscribe or don't, for that matter. Support the show by supporting the host. We even have PayPal for the people in Italy who want to send lira. And I am gonna be much more candid about my criticism of some of these dumb black YouTube hosts, and I'll just call them dumb, who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They have heard it like fourth hand about what feminism is or what, dude, it is miserable. And most black people aren't from the hood. We don't have a hood perspective. YouTube seems to attract a whole bunch of hood perspectives, and it is my job to just go, y'all are the weird ones. Normal black people don't duck every time they walk out the goddamn front door. So deal with me, folks.
ideas in a university, you take the identity and you leave the politics on the floor. So coming back to your point about abstraction, is that I think that there is a problem here where universities and academia more generally has become the sort of the custodian, the guardian of radical thought, because then it's all fucking abstract, right? And you've got people going, okay, but like imagine you've got a posh woman of color and then there's a homeless white guy, and who's got more privilege? And it's like,
yeah,
crazy question.
So I love that theory, and I think there is a lot of truth.
Yeah, who's got more privilege is possibly the dumbest fucking question, and it's a very TV, social media question. Real thinkers don't ever get there. It's gotcha. It's a gotcha question.
Especially to the idea that when you don't have the fuller political analysis of various forms of hierarchy, all you are left with is the identity signifiers. And I'll say even beyond that,
here's the
way
fascination to me,
intersectionality
though,
is
Con, and I keep interrupting this. We're not going to get context if I keep stopping it, but this is a very important point. The problem isn't what white Americans think about where blacks come from. It's the black Americans who fucking think that we all come from their hood. It's a huge problem, in my opinion. This is why these weirdos keep talking about the same shit over and over. It's why we're worshiping people like Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb. Like, they are important to black culture, and there's no one black culture. Dude, it's like the ghetto mentality has been substituted in these YouTube spaces for actual critical thought. And people get pissed off when I just come up, dude, I have to find this this show that Aunt T did. And it was actually on Nightish's panel. So this dumb bullshit about, ooh, if Napoleon was in the military, the American military today, he'd still be a genius. And I was rather kind when I said, well, I disagree. There's no way you can prove that. And it sounds stupid in any case. What the fuck do you know about Napoleon? And Aunt T got all mad at me. Well, oh, dude, he just protracted this argument where I kept telling him, hey, we will just have to agree to disagree. It's not that big a deal. Who the fuck did he think he was talking to, though? Dude, I'm not even that interested in Napoleon. I probably knew more about Napoleon in high school than you do now, young man who is sounding like an old YN. Motherfucker, there's no way you can prove it. You sound stupid for saying it. Why are we even talking about Napoleon on a Nightist channel? It's not even like it was just so stupid. I loves slapping around some fucking aunties, dude. I didn't grow up in the hood. I don't have your manners for starters. I don't think like you. I've read a couple books and you can flounder all you want, but this is why y'all get pissed off. Dude, I'm not gonna show mercy. I'm not gonna go, yo, bruh, you was right in a way. Fuck that. You sound like a goddamn idiot. Do better. Someone needs to show Sharon or a motherfucking bomb cherry. Dude, so much toxicity on both sides of the gender aisle, both sides of political aisle. There is so much motherfucking misinformation, miseducation, and just weirdness that comes from a hamp or comes from an angry man. They're all motherfucking weird. They're all like, literally, where do y'all get this shit from? So don't come here, because I may not even let you up on my goddamn panel until you read a fucking book. And Angry Man in that fucking Groucho Marx did better with a cigar and was more interesting than Angry Man. Fucking Groucho Marx. I wish Angry Man could tell some jokes like Groucho Marx.
Received as an interrogation of identity rather than as an interrogation of how structures of subordination actually interact. And that interaction has distributional impact on people who, because of the structure, are positioned in a way to receive that, makes it that much easier to simply reduce intersectionality to being about identity rather than being about power. Now, where I would go a little further in my story about the encounter in Europe is that
the Florentine encounter is how
there we are. The piece of the analytic that has to do with race and colonialism, and for the American part, enslavement, has never actually even been fully situated, even in the university. So it's not as though, and I would say in broader society as well, right? So if there hasn't been a moment of reckoning around those issues, if there hasn't been a widespread all right, we have to at least acknowledge that this happened, then there's really nothing to erase. It's not there in the first place. So what I think I was reading from some of my feminist colleagues in Europe was class is something that they can wrap their heads around, and gender was something they could wrap their heads around. And there were intellectual projects, maybe not as centered clearly in the university, but there was a discourse around these that then intersectionality helped them bring together in a potential way of establishing a more complex analytic to deal with issues that have already been sort of understood. I think what I was getting was, we don't have scholars that are in the spaces we're in that are actually forcing the issue. And because the scholars are in some ways marginalized, it's very hard to get jobs in these institutions. So it's easier to say, we don't deal with that here, rather than to say, the fact that that is still such a feature of social life and academic life means that these issues have never really been as grounded and fronted in our various disciplines as they might otherwise be.
So I suppose, because I'm interested, I've come to accept that.
You know, it's really weird. I'm not even I don't think a reading or I don't think a literacy rate can be quote enforced, Con. Can you help me out with what you mean by enforced? By whom? Um, and I'm not going to jump to conclusions or make assumptions. How do you enforce literacy rate? Very interested.
It's about myself. I don't like it about myself, but I've accepted it about myself. I'm a fundamentally political creature. And so a lot of the time, my interaction with history and with theory and with forms of narration around those things, I'm going, well, how does this tie into a political project? What does this do to political possibility? And so when I think about reckoning with the histories of colonialism, race, and enslavement, there's a bit in the back of my head that goes, this is an 82% white country. And if you lead with things which make people feel that their origin story is rooted in guilt and shame, they're going to reject you, right? Like, something we know about how people interact, regardless of race, is that we run from shame and we run from guilt, and we run towards a promise of status. And so when I think about...
I'm going to let Kimberly Crenshaw answer this, and I hope she's going to say what I'm thinking. If she doesn't, then I'll answer it. Who gives a fuck about the shame? That I'm going to let her answer it.
What the raised salience of race and histories of racism has done in the States, I don't necessarily look at that and go, that's good for our context here.
Well, that's a very familiar critique of any race project. It was the critique that led us to develop critical race theory. And let me be concrete about that. Critical legal studies was initially a project of the left in the legal academy to interrogate some of the assumptions around law and legal education. Primarily the idea that law was a neutral arbiter of interests, of values, that it was a science, that it was removed from politics. One of the most significant products of critical legal studies was a book called The Politics of Law, which was, sacrilege. Like, how do you put politics and law together? We rely on the myth of law being above politics as an ordering, legitimizing, set of beliefs. So to actually talk about them in the same sentence to some people, is definitionally out of bounds. Obviously, we were drawn to that analysis. You don't live under segregation. You're not born under segregation like I was, and think that law is somehow this transcendent enterprise, it's pretty clear that law is about politics, law is about power, law is about creating interests, law is about insulating those interests from various efforts to redistribute power, on and on and on. So the tools that critical legal studies made available to us were excellent opportunities for us to begin to dismantle some of the beliefs that allowed for segregation to be rationalized. The idea that race is real, the idea that social hierarchy is the way things have to be, that it's the product of something neutral as opposed to the product of preferences, practices, dynamics that grew out of the United States origin and never really transcended that origin. So we were excited to be part of critical legal studies because we said, finally, we can apply these analytics to racial hierarchy and reveal that the hierarchies that we were born into are not just there, and ignoring them will not make them go away. They are able to reproduce themselves unless they are countered directly with affirmative efforts to dismantle these hierarchies. So we were excited about it. Our colleagues, not so much. They were kind of like, trying to talk about these things in a movement like this is going to be destructive. It's going to, as one of my senior colleagues said, it's going to tear this organization apart. And what's really interesting—
Did it?
Well, it did. It did. But let's be clear. This is not just a matter of like a science project. You add this to that and then it's going to explode. It's a matter of the individuals in the organization not being willing to apply an area of interest.
Damn it. I keep stopping this every now and again. But, for someone like me, and I'm going to have to give Hood Conservative some credit here, because I wouldn't have even known about this, at least at the time he mentioned it to me. There's something called Black demographics, and it's all kinds of charts, data, etc. And it'll let you go behind, the charts and stuff like that. It'll tell you how the information was combined. But I just did a down and dirty. Now, there is a high population of Blacks who live in urban areas, but it doesn't, at least the last time I tried to do it, I couldn't separate out urban from inner city. But from what I could discern, urban versus rural is a little bit more rural, small town, small city, whatever. And I just didn't have the interest, but I bet I could very easily prove that most people do not live in inner city, big cities. Most Black people don't live in Oakland. Most Black people don't live in Los Angeles or San Diego or Chicago or New York City or Providence or Boston. Just look at where the majority of Black people live. Most Black people, and it's not by much, it's not even 60%, but it's over 50%, live in the South. And then you could take a place like Charlotte or New Orleans or Atlanta. You can parse it out. But the bottom line is most Black people don't live in the North. Most Black people live rurally. It's not by much, but most Black people don't live in the inner city, even in a place like Atlanta or Charlotte. Now, it's not like an overwhelming majority don't live in the hood, but I'll just fucking take the rhetorical advantage and say most Black Americans who have heritage deep into American history, but have an African heritage somewhere far back, do not live in the hood. Most Black Americans don't live in these hood, like Black culture is not centered. The locus of quote Black culture is not in the inner city. It never has been. It's still not. So these dumb fucks who keep wanting to act like Tupac is a goddamn, the ghetto Plato. Read a book. Even you will fucking realize that this hood logic, this I want to sit here and make beats instead of getting a job, nah, not working much. I don't care whose feelings it hurts. Hit the goddamn link if you have a problem with it. And I know you won't. So let's get back to this damn video. Let's see here. There we go.
That they are privileged in, the same kind of analysis that they would be willing to apply to something else. To be 100% about it, one of the things that was said that I think kind of shows where this sentiment rests on the broad sort of historical challenges about dealing with enslavement and colonialism is we were accused of Mau-Mauing them. Mau-Mauing them. So it was kind of clear.
Wowee.
Yeah, that's sort of what we said. Wow, we. So you're kind of making your allegiances kind of
Con,
clear here.
God damn it. I keep stopping this. And I loves me some Kimberly Crenshaw. I think she's brilliant. However, what did you write here? Okay, Con, it's not a cultural mindset. Now, I'm not fussing at you, by the way, so please don't think I am. It is misinformation. These people were miseducated. I don't know whether it was by the parents. I don't know whether it was by the media. I don't know whether it was at their schools. But the problem, and there's a concept, I cannot think of the name of it. Damn it, Con, I bet you know it. It's stupidity reinforcing stupidity. It's getting concentrated. It's like stupidity repeating stupid ideas, and it's just getting concentrated in places like social media. I mean, I'm not going to fuss at social media. I'm going to fuss at the people who just fucking, oh, I heard it at Hamps. I heard it on Sharon's. I heard it on fucking Truth Tellers. Ooh, 3 people said it, therefore it must be true. It's like the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard. And even if what you heard on these YouTube spaces were right, okay, well, how do you challenge a larger narrative? This is literally Ryan Bardwellism. Ryan Bardwell is literally the greatest totem for white America I can possibly think of. He'll pay to keep you stupid. He will pay to hear your beats. He will pay to fucking just get his way and then talk shit on your panel. And he did it with CT. He tried to do it with me, and he made a decent contribution. Not like super, not like a John Galt level contribution, but it was sizable. And then he, like maybe a couple months, 3 months later, he comes up here and he wanted to see something, or something wasn't going his way narratively. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? Dude, who all contributed money. Yeah, motherfucker. A lot of other people do as well. The fuck? Ryan Bardwell, and I don't give a fuck if it's hurting his feelings or if it pisses Moxie off or anyone else off. The motherfucker's the most racist white man. He puts Be Brave to shame because he has the money to back up his racism, and there's a whole lot of CTs in the world, or whoever else. Dude, fuck what someone like Ryan Bardwell wants to watch. It's my goddamn channel. You can support it, but you're not going to own it, bitch. I am not Clifford. You're not rich compared to, what I know. You are wealthy, you are great. Contribute or don't, but I'll survive. And you never goddamn even imagine that you even have a modicum of control over my goddamn content. Someone pass it on to Ryan. I don't know what the fuck he thought when he came up on this panel, but dude, I will put a foot up your ass before I fucking listen. Of course, if you contribute, I want to hear your opinion and all that stuff. I may do what you think needs to be seen or not, but motherfucker, the minute you come up here and tell me money talks, who the fuck? Dude, the way he treated motherfucking CM, it fucking sent chills up my spine. Hey, what's up, Simon? How are you? Can't hear you if you're talking.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, it's all right. Is
saying
there a delay, you think?
Well, I'm in the UK, so I don't know.
Okay, well, how are you?
Oh, okay.
Shit, it's
I was
late
just-
there. God damn, it's tomorrow morning there.
Yeah, it's holiday, so it's really hard.
Oh, is it really? What's a holiday?
It's bank holiday May weekend, and
Interesting.
my child's off, so I'm being tired.
Oh.
Don't do that oral shit. Nah, don't do that. Fuck.
Hey, I was talking to you remember TMKC? I think she was up here the last time you were up here, one of the times. So, I was talking about, at some point those little kids are gonna go to college or something like that. And then, you'll miss them. It'll take you a couple months because you'll be discombobulated and all that stuff.
Yeah, but
And she was
that's
just-
why like my kid's kind of young, so that's why I really
you better
appreciate
enjoy them while you can, because they will grow up and rather fast.
Yeah, she turned around and said, I'm maybe as tall as you and some shit. Like, so, nah, it's just like he be talking some shit, man. Like serious shit. Like more intelligent shit that I hear on the internet or anywhere.
Wait, hold it. Who?
My daughter be talking some
Oh,
shit.
really?
Yeah,
Ooh.
she be talking something like, ooh, like shit.
Well,
I'm
no.
like, wow.
I'm. Well, let me ask you a question. Is she very verbal? Like, you think she'll be a lawyer?
She wants to be a doctor. I'm a lawyer, so she wants to. She wants
Good
to be
for
a doctor.
her.
She's trying to be different.
Well, you
But-
can do both. No, you can.
No, but I know she's gonna do it anyway if she chooses. But it's just like,
Well, let me ask you,
a lot.
and I'm not gonna get too personal. Is she under?
You can.
Like,
I don't mind. I don't mind.
well, no. Is she under
Yeah.
Like, she's still high school age, at least in the United States, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, see, it excites me to see some child, some
She
child
be
who
doing
is
the wildest
perverted.
shit. I swear to God, like I'm just like, I don't know.
Well, did she no? Did she read books?
Yeah, she reads my books. Like this, the fucked up thing, right? Like,
See, no. See,
I'm a lawyer, so she reads my law books. You know what I'm
that
saying?
is
So you see
that
this
is
shit?
that is wonderful. Well, you do know it's a credit to you, right?
Well, I try, but it's just like I just appreciate the fact that she can read the words. You know what I'm saying? Like, but she be reading
Mhm.
that shit. You know, she pick up the book. I'm like, yo, I'm not one of these parents that turn around and go, oh, just put your child on like some screensaver shit or some iPad or some shit like that. Nah, she will actually come. I got like a little thing. I got a little gallery of my own with my own books. So she'll actually like just snap one out and go, ooh, and she's gonna read it. And that's wild to me. And then she'll recite it to me. I'm like, yo, okay. Hey, I'm scared. I'm really scared. It's some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? I'd never wished for that because I wasn't born into it. You know, I didn't come from that at all. I can't say that I came from like anything like that, But to see her doing that, I'm so proud of her. I put her to bed yesterday, just like that. I'm proud of you. And well, I might as well die tomorrow.
Well, don't do that. She's gonna need you. The job is not done yet. But let me tell you something. It is. Hey, um, I'm look. Reading is fundamental, and it honestly gives me as an old man, a little bit of joy to hear your
You're not
young
that
daughter
old. You're
like
not that
cracking open the law books. I hope
old.
she. So, see, people don't understand. That gives me goddamn joy. No, seriously.
In the summertime
She's
as well, it's
she's
like hot but
reading. She's reading.
I ain't saying like, yo, I spent like 6 years doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like law talk, employment law, like all types of fucking shit. And like she just put
Mhm.
up the books, like, oh, I'm gonna look into it. Oh, like, oh,
Well, let me tell you something though. Um, my mother, when we were children, like my mother's mother, there was a whole. I'm not going to even go into detail about my mother's mother, and it was just what we did. Um, in the summertime, my mother was an English teacher. So, she was off in the summertime, with us, and
right. That
most
takes
of
a
the
lot in
time,
itself. It takes a lot in itself.
no, but she was a reader. Um, she used to take us on that junket at least, and it's where I kind of got the habit too. Dude, you do the round at the used bookstore like twice a week in the summertime just to see if they got anything new.
Yeah, but at
Dude.
that time it's kind of different. There were bookstores,
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
yeah. That's why I'm
But
saying that's a
in
lot.
in a way, though, no, it was a joy. Dude, my mother got dude, I I'm sure I must have asked her. Dude, I got my adult library card at like 7. And you know what? I would literally I think like 10 books were the limit.
It's
So,
lying trees
we go
stuff.
to the library in the summers at least a
Mm-hmm.
couple times a week. Dude, I was taking
Right.
10 books out of there at a time. And
You
my
yeah,
mother
we can
used to
tell.
get pissed off because dude, hey, I got an adult library card. Now, it sounds so innocent now. I'm reading James Bond books, like Ian Fleming
Right.
books. And
Mm-hmm.
this is like the 70s though. So my mother's like, well, that's a little too adult. And you know what I asked her, flippant dumb bastard that I am? Well, you want me to read, right? It's what I'm interested in. And um I don't remember her like getting mad. She probably just chuckled and said, "All
I
right."
think she was proud, like, but silently, like women do that. They can be silently proud. They'd be like,
Well, my mother was beyond womanhood. She was actually smart. And by the way, and this is the last I'll say because I know I'm, going into a place. But she was such a reader. In the house that we've lived in. Well, my father's lived in for fucking probably pretty close to 60 years now. Uh, there's a recessed bookshelf into the wall that he built just for my mother. And it was professionally built, but it's like, hey, let's do a whole goddamn wall of books. And those books are still there. Every time I go there, I go to that bookshelf and I'm looking for, hey, I'll be here for a couple days. Let's grab a couple books and read them.
He must have.
My mother was a force of nature.
I can
My
tell
father
where you come
my
from.
father still is.
Most people think you came from a damn alien or some shit like that. Like, yo,
So I came from where?
an alien or something. I don't know. Like that. Most
Yeah,
people don't really understand.
YouTube is not the world though. Where I come from, dude, I grew up in a whole neighborhood of me's. There was a whole neighborhood of Stanleys to one degree. No,
No.
seriously, this is what, dude. Y'all didn't know there are whole neighborhoods of us in
Nah,
the
I think
American
that's how
South.
you took. That's how you took it. I think like you really need to really start to understand who you are. Like there is no other standing, bro. No,
Well, here's the deal, Simon. I actually do understand. I'm not as unthinking or unfeeling, but dude, what I want, look, I know there's a hood. Well, no, no, no. Seriously, I know there's a hood. Do they know that black people aren't all from their neighborhood? I
I
honestly don't think these folks do.
you're right, and you're right. Majority of the time, you're right. 90% of the time, and most people don't get that 10%. But I'm just saying that they ain't understanding. You gonna tell me there? I ain't gonna believe that. Like, that's crazy.
Well, they don't have to understand. That's the other. that's
No,
that's
it's
the
just
truth
it's
of it.
something.
They
It's
don't have
something
to
that
understand.
I'm just saying, like, there's no other assignment. Like, at the end of the day, like, you can say what the hell you want. You know what I'm saying? But no one's gonna replace me. Like,
But let me ask you a question, and this is something I actually admire about you. Once I
you admire
once
something
I
about me?
once
God.
I figure out that there's no reasoning, motherfucker, I go into ad hominem mode. Fuck it. I'm not taking you seriously anymore. It's just ad hominem. We're not doing serious
No,
questioning
it's
anymore.
called
I'm just gonna
reality.
mock you.
It's called
It's like
intellectuality. And some people just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I could be intellectual on another level. You know what I'm saying? Like people or do some stupid shit, but it's just like okay. Like I
oh,
recognize I recognize genius when I see it. Like so like I'm a genius myself. We're gonna play genius, let's go.
the problem is I'm gonna be honest. Um, I'm just like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Like, here's I hate to go away from my darling Kimberly Crenshaw. Um, she's older than me by probably 10 years. She's probably in her 70s by now.
Is that the chick on
Yeah,
the
you've never heard of her. She
yeah.
literally invented the concept of intersectionality.
Okay.
Literally.
All right.
She wrote the first book. Now, I'm not saying it's like, it didn't, the idea didn't exist, but she wrote the book, literally wrote the book.
Okay.
Um, she was a student of Derek Bell, who's credited as the godfather of CRT. She literally invented the term CRT. And
Right.
then intersectionality too. Literally, I'm not even kidding.
No,
She
no,
is
you're right.
acknowledged.
I had this conversation because I went to the museum with my daughter.
Really?
Yeah.
Which museum?
It's called London. It's called London Doctors Museum. Like when we got bombed out in World War II, and like it really explained a lot to my daughter that she had a lot of questions about stuff. So like it really explained. There's this whole thing about like how they took a lot of people from the Caribbean to come over and serve.
Oh wow.
Yeah, all that type of shit. So yeah, it is a lot. But she actually took it in. It's like she's very much like a sponge, like she'll take it in.
Mhm.
But there's a lot going on.
Well, have you read Derek Wolcott? People like who else? They're like I'd have to actually think about it a second. Everybody from Wolcott to people like Franz Fanon. Have you ever read any of that stuff?
Yeah. I'm very
Good for you.
I
Well, see,
am
you're a kindred spirit.
yo, I act dumb, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yo, if I like look, my first label in music was called Emancipated. So like most people like they don't really know what the hell's going on. So it's like you can't really I'm not really a socialite. So
Mhm.
like I can't really rock with people like that. I can't have mediocre conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to actually speak to me about some real fucking shit or else I'm out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know. You do need jelly beans. You know, the jelly beans are not broccoli. I like jelly beans every now and again.
Yeah, but
It's it's wind as in wind, WIND. Not you forgot the D, Sin.
Yeah. I get it, What's up, Sin?
Oh, she is the most interesting woman in the world.
It's kind of interesting.
No, you know what? I fear her. One of these days.
That's
No,
so
I
funny.
actually do.
I love you, Stanley.
Well,
Shit.
no, I'm gonna
What
do
the
some
fuck is wrong with you?
I'm gonna do some uncomfortable flirting specifically for her. Because she knows it's not gonna happen. She lives up like, dude, I'm not that far away. I could one of these days I'm gonna hop in the car.
You are terrible. You need to stop. Like,
No,
serious.
she is actually funny though.
Yeah. I know what I'm saying, bro. But damn. You are, yeah.
Well, one of these days I'm gonna go, hey, hey,
Oh,
Miss Sin, I'll buy those boots for you. I'll buy that cowboy hat.
Oh shit. This
So I'm not gonna mess with her too much more.
Woo. Okay. Wow. I apologize. You get me out my
Oh,
fucking
motherfucker! No. For what? You're, dude. I'm glad you came up. We can bullshit as long as you want to.
You just cracked me out. I swear to God, I've never met anybody like you. But yo, I'll back you to the fucking hills. I'm like, yo, don't fuck with no. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo. Mm-mm. I'm not rugged nigga. So it's just like, yo, if you're down the street and you said some shit and if someone try to pull up on you,
Well, see, I'm
what over that?
hardly extreme. Not even close to extreme.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know because I could tell. I said the same thing. Like, I pull up 10%, like most of the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really think most people could understand what we're talking about. So,
They don't. Well, but the sad thing is, most people, it's kind of colorblind. Probably no one does.
yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? That you say that, because
Mhm.
like you know, if you're actually colorblind, you can't really see the world, and it's kind of scary.
Oh my
So,
God, there's no such thing as actually colorblind. Let me just throw this out. And it is on the topic of colorblind. Um, my pet theory, and I'm pretty sure it's, I didn't come up with this, but United States is fundamentally tore up from the floor up with racism. Everyone grows up in this culture. You cannot help but be racist. You actually have to put in the work to be not racist. Colorblind doesn't exist. That's just like literally a ridiculous idea. And people will go, "Well, Stanley, you're racist." I'm like, nope. Now I have to work at not being racist. I have to sometimes actively reject the idea. Like, I want to call you a redneck, motherfucker, but you know what? That's racist. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to try and meet you where you are. That's the kind of brain work you have to do. And I do not see this in these YouTube streets. And I'm not going to act like YouTube is the regular world. People do it every day they go to work. But on
yeah, I mean,
YouTube, the gloves are off. So,
right. So you can talk about YouTube, but I'm gonna talk about real life. So like every day,
okay.
like there's a World Cup going on right now, and like I see these football hooligans. They just walk around. They want to be loud and outlandish, and like that it's like their opportunity to like spread their whiteness. And it's just like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? But why are you trying to like put that on me? Like, I ain't got nothing to do with your football hooliganism or your whiteness. You know what I'm saying? But they, you know, that's just their opportunity because they're suppressed. And, you know, they that's their expression. It's just like, okay, you know, you're gonna, like, you know, come out here and, like, show the British flag. I don't give a fuck about that. Like, you know, like people want to like do some nepotism shit. Like they'll do all types of crazy stuff. And it's just like, nah, ain't nothing to do with that. Like, yo, like, all right, I want to let the day pass by. You know what I'm saying? Cause like, ain't that, you know? I keep saying, I apologize because I know most of these motherfuckers didn't live the life that we live. Like you don't know about struggle survival and that crap. You know what I'm saying? It's like to you it is crap, but to us it's like yo that means everything to me. You know, when my mother passed away when I was 55, or she was 55. Sorry. Um, that is because of you. You know, so it's just like nah. You know, you gonna let us lose some life. You know, you can get. You know what I mean? I appreciate you, Stanley. You're so patient. Jesus. I'm gonna go though. Go. Dude, get fucking upset on this bitch. Yeah, I love that.
Oh, sorry about that. I was talking to my son. Yeah, I understand it. It's kind of early there. And let's see, I'm at 4:56, so I'm not sure I'm gonna be up here forever. But
Right.
dude,
I
anytime you want to drop by,
no,
anytime.
I'll catch you later though. I'm just getting upset, so I don't want to do it. Okay?
Okay,
So
well, hopefully I didn't do it.
no,
You
it
okay?
wasn't you. It's just something that came into my head. So
Okay, well, fine. Hey, you got a home here. No, you got a home. Uh, so great. Glad you came up.
thank you, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Right. Check it later.
Folks, I will be right back. Let's play this video.
you're not you're on the side of the colonizers as opposed to
You said the quiet bit out loud.
Exactly, the quiet bit out loud. And so that was revelatory in so many ways. I mean, what it did tell us is that the same analytics that we saw applying to race, that they'd applied to class, was a no-go for them, and it was a green light for us. We also began to understand that where people came out on these questions wasn't necessarily a left-right issue. You could be very left on some issues and, barely centrist when it comes to race and the histories that came out of it. So we more or less moved to another space to think about what this project actually was presenting to us. And critical race theory came out of it. We were part of the critical legal studies tradition, but unlike that tradition, we were going to turn the tools to really look at the construction of race under the understanding that while race is not real, racial power is material. It is real, and it doesn't go away just by bowing to the sentiments of the mass or of the progressives who really want to think about power.
So, all right, I'm trying to work out what I think in real time.
Okay.
What do I think? I think that the first thing that I've been wrestling with in my own politics is that there are stories which make people feel empowered to change the system that they grew up in.
Mhm.
And there are stories which I think can make people avoidant, hostile, paralyzed by guilt. And there is a certain narcissism to shame as well, right? And I'm speaking of myself as well. Sometimes my shame is so strong that I can't stop thinking about myself. And I sort of see parallels with that when it comes to gender, when it comes to race, when it comes to class. People start feeling so bad about themselves all the time. They just can't stop thinking of themselves. And I would say that I definitely had a period of the thing I really wanted to do was shake everyone I came across and go, don't you understand the colonial history of this country, and you don't understand how it's playing out today? And I think that it never made people go, oh yeah, we can change this together. A story which was hugely impactful when I started talking to people about it was the Lancashire cotton famine. Have you ever heard of the Lancashire cotton
Tell me
famine?
more.
Lancashire cotton famine took place during the American Civil War. There was a cotton embargo on
Oh, there's a whole book about this called Empire Cotton. I've actually heard of it.
on producing slaves picked
Yeah.
cotton in the mills of the north of England. Now, there were areas where that embargo was broken. So in Merseyside, where the docks were reliant on cotton shipments coming in, people broke the embargo. In Lancashire, because of the organising that took place largely through the church, there was a refusal on the part of Lancashire mill workers to touch it. And so they were locked out of the factories. They went hungry. There was widespread disorder. And many of them never seen a black person in their fucking life, right? And it came from the sense of universal brotherhood, fraternity that comes from a particular Christian abolition tradition that was strong there. And for me, the reason why that's an inspiring story is that we talk about economic interests as though people can only act in line with their economic interests.
Yeah.
And here is a story where they didn't do that. And it didn't come from guilt. It didn't come from a sense of, well, I as a white person, I'm responsible for this. It came from this like possibility of like, well, we exist in a state of Christian brotherhood with each other. And so I'm compelled.
And I'm going to say she's connecting dots that just simply aren't there. I will say that England outlawed slavery, but where she's going with this, and maybe I'll rewind it a little bit. The history that I know of is because England and in the UK in general needed cotton because at that point in time they were the biggest cloth producers, yarn producers. Their textile industry was the biggest in the world. The American South was the biggest supplier, um, there was deliberation back and forth in the English Parliament about, well, hey, do we support the South? We need their commodity. And that's part of how the Emancipation Proclamation, it's how slavery became part of the Civil War. A lot of it had to do with England. They need the commodity, but they also outlawed slavery on English soil in 1772, the Somerset decision. And this might be, in my opinion, and I'm not a presidential historian, but Lincoln was like, well, let's tip the balance. If we do make this about slavery, the English public is anti-slavery. That's how England basically didn't, come into the Confederate side. There were other factors. I'm not a historian and all that stuff, but that's something that doesn't get talked about. It obviously isn't going to be talked about here. Religion, of course, had something to do with the anti-slavery sentiments, but I don't know. Sometimes people just don't understand their own arguments. And this young lady, cute as a button as she is, eh, this is why Kimberly Crenshaw is just like, yep, I'm enjoying the interview.
By that shared
But
humanity to behave in this way. And there is a real big difference from the things that I'd said before, which is, well, yes, we abolished slavery, but we had all this going on in the Caribbean, and yes, we didn't have legal segregation here in Great Britain, but look at what we did in Australia, look at what we did in India. The shift in people when I tell the Lancashire Cotton
irrelevant to the
Mhm.
point.
because it's based on
So,
possibility, not shame.
I love that story, and I'm going to tell it. And I would say to you that is precisely what Backtalker is trying to do. I would also say that the story of the American Civil Rights Movement, which we got into this by saying is the story of the United States, basically a good story or not. I would say that the turning point of the Civil Rights Movement was when students got involved and when that became a multiracial coalition. A key turning point was when 3 civil rights workers were abducted and murdered, and 2 of them were white. We have to ask, what drove those white students out of their comfortable surroundings to put themselves in harm's way in order to create a democracy that they could say they wanted to be a part of? What drove Viola Louisi, who was a Michigan housewife, to get in her car and to drive down to Selma, Alabama, and transport marchers who were demanding voting rights from Montgomery to Selma, where she was murdered by the Ku Klux Klan? And there's story after story after story. It is clear that there is a story, there is a way that people are compelled to put themselves in the position of fighters for multiracial democracy, for justice. Is that guilt? I don't think so, but I also want to say that the flip side of the critique is often not the story that you just told. In fact, the argument that has been mobilized by this critique, like we can't lead with race, we can't talk about that, has basically been to go in the opposite direction, to say race itself is a distraction. Racial hierarchy, we can't get at that. What we can all come together on is the idea that we are living in a plutocracy, that it harms all of us, and they are just using race to separate us. Now, all that is true, right? They are using race to separate us. But it's also true that racial hierarchy is still operating even inside of that. So the historic consequences of enslavement and colonialism, the distributional realities of what's happening as globalization and a whole range of other dynamics is bankrupting our capacity to actually make a real democracy real. It's doing horrific things to predicted classes of people. It's also doing it in racially and historically predictable ways. So that advice, let's not talk about race, is effectively saying, okay, that damage we can't afford to talk about because we can't figure out how to talk about it in a way that doesn't make people feel guilty. I think we have history. You just gave me an example. I gave you an example where that's not true. So I think the ambivalence that we feel about foregrounding these issues in our movements is because the stories that we both tell have not been told. They're not well known. They are not examples for us to follow. And just to be clear, the legislation in the United States that is traveling now pretty fast is directly targeting the erasure of these kinds of stories. There are groups that don't want the Montgomery bus boycott to be taught. They don't want the Tulsa race riot to be taught. Why? Because they say it makes people feel guilty. So they're legislating against guilt. What they're missing is that you only feel guilty if you don't tell the full story about how the coalitions that developed over time to respond to this or to resist this involve people of all races. There is an avenue that can be taken that acknowledges this racial harm historically in this contemporary time that pulls people in rather than turns them away. That's what we should be trying to think about.
You know what we should do? And it would drive the far right who are watching this video absolutely fucking crazy. We should program a White History Month.
Well, let's call it that and
call
pull
it
them in.
a White History Month, and then you have the history of the Chartist movement. You have, you know, the examples that you gave of white participation in the civil rights struggle. You've got an amazing history of the struggle against apartheid in South Africa.
Absolutely.
Obviously involving white people and Indian people and Black people, and the specific role of communist parties in it. You would pitch a fit if you got your White History Month.
Yeah, and that's why you're trying to make sure that none of those stories actually will circulate in our educational system, in our culture, and in literature. That's what censorship is all about. There's a politics to it. I've been saying to people, I sometimes think the far right sees more value in our history, in our concepts, in the knowledge that came out of our presence in knowledge producing institutions than we do, because they're spending a lot of effort and a lot of money and a lot of time trying to erase it. You don't try to erase something that's not valuable or that's inert.
They've all read their Gramsci. They've all read their...
I would probably, butt up against that point. They don't see it as valuable. They see it as a roadblock to whatever their white supremacy goals are. So, there is a little bit of oh, you know what, Khan, I forgot to mention that. Teaching about the true nature of American history, American slavery and stuff. If you're a good teacher, these kids will be fascinated in wanting to know more. Of course, it's not their shit. It's not even their problem. Little white Chad and Karen. It is their problem in that they're living in the same fishbowl. Why would you make a child feel guilty about something that they're learning? It's white guilt worrying about white guilt. with this, we can't hurt the kids' feelings. Black children will feel like their heritage isn't true American. Dude, if they know about Frederick Douglass, if they know about how Black Americans fought for their own freedom in the Civil War, motherfucker, they're gonna volunteer for the army. Dude, it's always the worst of the worst. Black, white, Hispanic, it doesn't really matter. It's always the worst of the worst on YouTube specifically that just fucking carry the narrative, and the smart people are on the periphery just going, what the fuck are y'all talking about? We need to be meaner. we need to be a lot more prone to ad hominem and just fucking, hey, I don't have a problem going lower than low. We need to beat some ass and teach. We need to beat some ass and teach. Candid discussions about history aren't shit. Why even discuss it? It's there. It's factual. I don't understand why reading fact are German Americans feeling guilty about what happened in Germany during, the World War I and II era? No. It's rhetoric, it's a rhetorical problem, and too many and I'm gonna blame the anti-black blacks. I'm gonna blame Thomas Sowell for buying into this bullshit and supporting it. There's Thomas Sowell, there's fucking Shelby Steele, there's Glenn Lowry, there's what's his name at the Wall Street Journal, Jason Riley. These motherfuckers are white supremacy apologists. And even though, of the lot, Glenn Lowry, I will always be like, yeah, I think he's learned some lessons. John McWhorter, that motherfucker is probably the worst of them. McWhorter and fucking Shelby Steele. So anyway, I really do need to wrap this up because I'm going over to fucking CMs and I'm just going to torture some folks just because they're looking at an old John Galt show that I actually took clips from and made a couple opening themes from, where Ponder's at her worst, Art is at his worst, and John is at his worst. And I'm just gonna go over there because I've already gone over there and softened the ground. I saw what they're doing, and I'm already gonna come in hot into the chat. Maybe I'll go up to the panel just to see if Ponder will fucking run her dumb ass off. No mercy, no quarter for people like Ponder. She's a messy bitch who pretends to actually have class. Much like I can think there's someone who's like her, and I'm not going to mention that lady's name because I actually like her. Ponder's a problem, and mostly to herself. But oh well. Oh, I'm not going to enjoy. I got chili dogs to eat. Finally, they're done, and yeah, we'll see what happens over there. I'll just blow up CM's show just mostly for the fun of it. I enjoy taking stupidity and mocking it with words they have to look up. Oh, you don't know what a thrill I get out of that. So there's a huge possibility we will pick this up at the start of tomorrow's show. But who knows? So everyone, you all enjoy. Go over to CM's show. I guess I could drop the goddamn link, huh? Let's see here. Do I have it somewhere? I was looking at it on my phone, I guess. You know what? Let's just drop it from the phone. Let's see here. If I can figure out how to do it from my phone. From my phone. I am not very good at this phone stuff, apparently. Oh, I know what I'll do. I think I know what I'll do. Oh, got it. So we will copy the link. We will put it in the Slack. Where will we put it in the Slack? I'm smelling them chili dogs. So it's there. So we will take it out of here. Copy link. Put it into this chat. This is CM's show. And there we go. Should be back around the normal time. You know, I'm trying to get it back closer to 3:30, but I don't seem to be able to get it, tight at 3:30. But later afternoon is perfectly fine. It's not like I have a schedule. So I will see everyone either over at CM's or tomorrow. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. If you are new to the show, you don't have to endorse this mess. Support the show by supporting the host. All the information is in the strip at the bottom. If you're hearing this on a replay, by the way, please make sure y'all hit the like button and or subscribe. So that's it. Hope everyone enjoyed it as much as I did.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
in his head, fear in his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I